Right, we're back. Feels like just yesterday when I was streaming. Or maybe earlier today for some of you. So. Yeah. Same day for you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway. Get myself set up here. Oh, I didn't empty my SD card off. I need to do that. Mustn't forget. It's only 8 AM. I finished streaming last night at midnight, so, you know. LV log, how's it going? Yeah, so I'm still trying to wake up. I woke up and thought, oh yeah, I'll do a stream. Another one. I've still got things to fix, and my wife's still away. She's not be back for a few hours yet, I don't think. Hey Sven, how's it going? Hey Chris. Still Saturday 8 PM. No, yep, 24 hours behind. Sorry, 12 hours behind. Hey Ian? Ian? Alright. So we had an interesting little development last night with the 3406A where it started to work for some inexplicable reason. And I'm pleased about that, obviously. Question is, why? And do I want to disturb it and have it not work again in case I can't get it back? I'm inclined to leave it alone and just go, yay, that was great, and move on. I do need to do some adjustments on it. So the adjustments I've changed is 3 adjustments I tweaked, trying to, maybe 4, maybe a 4th one actually, which I was tweaking to try and get some kind of response out of the meter to try and narrow it down a bit. So I want to quickly tweak those. It shouldn't take too much. Then I can put it back together again. And yeah, move on to something else. So just back from a family meal at a hotel. £1,800. Jeez, that's an expensive meal. How many of you were there? Wow. That's incredible cost. Bought some test gear for that. 30 plus. Oh right. Wow, that's a big family meal. I suppose that explains the cost. But wow, still. Personally, I think I would have preferred to buy some test gear with it. That's just me. I'm not a social person. Wow. Okay. Well, we've still got. We need to get my Stream Deck set up properly again. I haven't really used it that much, and I haven't adjusted it now for a little while for what it actually offers me in options. Now I've lost the thing I'm trying to look for. It just changed itself. That's not what. Oh well. Yeah. I'm going to have to look at this thing at some point and reconfigure it, I think. That works. That's something. My desk side view's disappeared off here. I've got that one. I seem to have two screens on my Stream Deck for doing the streaming. One's an old version, one's a newer version. I don't know. Go for burger McDonald's. Depends if you want to enjoy your food or not, really. No, it's a Stream Deck, the actual proper Stream Deck. I did try building the free touch deck by David something. Got his name now. I did build that, but because it used Bluetooth, and at the time my computer, the Bluetooth on the computer wasn't compatible with that. Let's go back to this. And so it wouldn't communicate with my computer, unfortunately, so it wouldn't actually work. I think I did it working on my wife's computer or one of the laptops or something. I can't remember it now, but I did actually have it working on something to prove it did work, but it didn't work on my computer. So then I upgraded the Bluetooth on the computer, but the ranging app was like literally 2 feet. It's like so it didn't work out very well. So I ended up, my wife bought me a free touch deck. Sorry, my wife bought me a Stream Deck, an actual one, which is a 15 button version. Hey Peter, how's it going? From Belfast. Yeah, so, and it's got various screens depending on which app I'm on. It automatically switches between screens when you're in different apps. It gets like two-way feedback. So if I switch to my video editing software, for example, it brings up the video editing options in there, which, to be honest, I don't really use. I still tend to use the keyboard. Yeah, but so I've got it there, but it's got two sets of screens on it. I've obviously somehow messed up the configuration. This is my old configuration, and I think, I remember when I changed computers, and I had to update the software on a computer because I could update the software, the old one couldn't do it, and then it looked like it lost the configuration, and I had to recreate those screens. So maybe it didn't actually lose it, maybe it was still there but in the wrong place. Anyway, so that is working. Yeah, I don't know. And it's 4-way there, different 4-way. Like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it is working, but it's handy if I've got it over here, because when I'm on the desk, if I need to change screens on the desk, I can reach over and push it, which is why it's there more than anything. In front of the computer, I just change it on the actual ABS software. Anyway, alright. So the 3406. I'm actually going to turn my air conditioning down a bit more. I'm actually too hot. It's 25 degrees in here. I don't know what temperature is outside because the weather station screen doesn't turn on for a while yet. Let's turn the air conditioning down a bit. Go down to 23. Right. So yeah, I just want to tweak those alignments on that 3406A and to see if it does actually work. I mean, obviously it's sensing the calibrate input, but does it work properly with the voltages? We'll inject some signals into it and just see if it actually appears to be working. Now, the only problem is I don't have many adjustments for it, like the attachments. Because it's got that weird style probe, I don't have a BNC adapter for that. I would like to get one. There must be one out there. There must be something that exists. So if I can get a BNC adapter for it, that'd be good. So I'm going to have to sort of get something to work. Now I do have the grabber tip on it, well, for it. So I'll put that on, because that's got a 50 ohm, I think it's 50 ohm in there anyway, something like that. It's got a balanced circuit in it. isolator. They call it isolator. So I use that as the sensing probe and hook it up to my signal generator or something and see what we get. Got minus 28C. Wow. Can I have some more emailed? Yeah, I'll email it to you. The thing on the wife's test next to the door handle, that is a spice rack. But it's not used for spices, she uses it for her crafting stuff, so she's got lots of little crafting things shoved in there. One of her hobbies that she never gets time to do. Yeah. Anyway, so let's look at this. Let's do this calibration stuff, which I've got the manual here right in front of me, and go from there. Then maybe I can wrap that one up and say that's that one done. But is the problem really solved? I don't know. Let's change screens. Let's get the camera going so you can see better. Every time I go through the temperatures, 30 is hot, 20 is nice, 10 is cold. Yeah, pretty much. Upper 20s is definitely on the hot side for me. 1.7 degrees outside. And 22.5 in the workshop. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we want. I'm trying to get the temperature's actually gone up. Because I've got lighting and stuff on, it's increasing temperature in here. Air conditioning is just waking up now, it's just starting to ramp up. And it's also got a bit of a hysteresis for when it actually works, so anyway, let's go over there. Get the manual with me. I've reassembled this partially from last night. So I've put all the bottom covers back on it. They're all back on now. Now I don't need to access it anymore. Well, I don't think I do. And that little bracket which I mentioned was wanting to break over here. I've actually soldered that. So I make sure it's straight, and I've got in there and I've soldered that up into that inside fillet. So that's nice and strong now instead of being on the verge of breaking off. Took quite a bit because it's, you know, riveted to a piece of aluminium, so it took a while to get it warmed up enough, but it did the job. So this is the little probe I've got for it. Let's get some more lighting. Always want more light. Alright, so it's a little grabber probe thing. And so you take this plastic sleeve off this thing. And that would drop in there. Like that. Okay. So it's actually two pieces. It's got like an isolated piece here, which you can actually unscrew the grabber part off, and then you can put on the lead onto there as well if you want to. And there's different attachments for that as well. But that's what I want, is this one. So when I do the testing, I can clip it on. The only thing is I don't have an earth probe on this. It does have a little threaded section just here, which I may be able to attach something to. But yeah, no earth. But the casing is the shield of it anyway, so does it really need it? I would have thought they'd made a warper's vision for it, but I don't have the. That's the wrong thing I'm doing. I don't have the accessory kit for it. There is an accessory kit which has all the different options for the probing, so I can leave that off for now. That still works without that cover on it. So yeah, it would be nice if I had a ground probe as well, or at least, you know, get because there's like a BNC adapter, but it goes to a GE connection, which is used many years ago. I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's a General Electric connector, which is a bit like the antenna connector on TVs, sort of thing. Pushing on, well, at least on UK TVs. So I've got the adjustment procedures in front of me here. And I'm not going to check everything. Some of these I've already ruled out. Some of it's already done, like mechanical meter 0. That is 0. I don't have to worry about that. Power supplies I've already checked. So it's a probe balance adjustment here. Which, I should probably turn this on and get it warming up actually. Still works. Yay. Which is used on 2 of the adjustments I've changed. So you've got the R19 adjustment, which is sample hole bias, which is one of the ones I fiddle with, and the bridge balance as well. Now there's the other one I want, which is the bridge bias, which I'll need to find in the manual here and allow me to change that as well. It will be here somewhere, but I haven't noticed it in this section yet, bridge bias. But that's the other thing I need to look at, is the bridge biasing, because that will probably need adjusting too, because I did fiddle with that one. I need to get my tablet over there so I can see what you guys are saying. Got 60 centimetres of snow. Woke the tablet up. Should have got this down for the live stream, shouldn't I, really? Oh great, wants me to log in. Awesome. Oh, let's go. Okay. Where's my live stream? Content. Come on. Live. I had this problem last time too. I couldn't bloody find it, could I? Couldn't find it in studio. It disappeared. Something's changed in there. It used to go straight to it every time. Used to. Where is it? Oh, this is driving me nuts. Nearly there, I'm sure. Right, here we go. And pause playback because I want to do a see chat. And I want to change it to all messages, not top messages. Right. Here we go. Tablet. Okay. And power. Now then. So that's warmed up a little bit. Now when it's warmed up and set to the shorted probe, we've got a below 0 reading. With them without that being in there. So I'm guessing that means the meter 0 needs adjusting. Not the mechanical 0, the electronic 0. Now it also mentions about using the scope, so I better get the scope going. And get a probe on that. Packed this away last night. Let's get it back in. Yeah, so I think the electrical zero is adjusting because of it being below 0 there. I'm not going to worry about recording any video for this. Yeah, it's probably no point. But I will record a summary when I've finished it and have that for the final video when I do that. Okay, scope is almost there. So I'm going to go through in the sequence it says here, which is doing the probe adjustment thing first. So once the oscilloscope hooks up to this, I need to put that back on. Let's turn the oscilloscope view on the computer, eh? So you guys can see that. Let's do HDMI top screen. Yeah. Maybe I'll make this one slightly bigger, eh? Okay. Now my main camera may shut off at times. Don't be surprised if you go dark. Let's get this mouse out as well. Eh? Comes in handy. It makes it easier to adjust the scope from here. Right. So the first thing we're going to look at here is the probe balance, which means using a BNC adapter, which I don't have, so I'm going to have to make do. I'm going to use this thing. So obviously the grounding could be an issue. I'm going to ground straight to the casing and hopefully that's good enough. So it wants me to set the vertical sensitivity quite high and 0.1 milliseconds of division time base, so well 0.1 I can definitely do that. It says a high frequency scope. Well, yeah, no problem. I'm sure this is what I'm using is way more than what they had at the time. There is that. And it says about making the most sensitive range. Well, I'm not sure about the most sensitive range. So I do this. Yeah, there you go. Ground it on there makes a difference. Try and get a nice setup on this so it's not going to damage either probe. There we go. That'll probably do it. Let's do that. That's not looking too bad. Yeah, okay, we'll start there. So it wants me to adjust R19 to reduce the amount of noise in there. Should be on a 3 volt range as well, says that for some reason. So this one here, so there's the noise. So it's going negative, and it's going positive. Right. So I need to set this to be probably as balanced as possible with minimal noise, which is basically there, I think. Now that is not quite in the same place it was when I got it. It's very slightly more negative than when I got it. Hey Peter. 3:30 AM. What are you doing awake? You'd be asleep, wasn't he? Alright, so that's the first one. That's the R19 adjustment on the A2, which is the sample hold bias. Now I need to do 0.001 volt range, which is this one. And it's picking up garbage from the scope. And the bridge balance, minimum noise on the scope, bridge balance, which is on the A3 board, and that's on the side, which is one of the main ones I was messing with, trying to diagnose things. So again, decent amount of noise. So when I was doing testing, I was doing things like turning it all the way that way. Alright, so same thing. Well, again, we'll try and see. It's really towards one end. Yeah, I'd say about there somewhere. It's pretty close there. Right, so that's those two trimmers done. Oh, gone blind. So the bridge bias is the other one I want to try and find. So we've got meter amplify 0. So we've done those. Sample hold 0 is the other one I should probably look at actually. So this one. It says to repeat those steps. Probe noise must be less than 30 millivolts peak to peak. Okay, well let's go back to the 3 volt range. And I do indeed interact. That's actually close to where it was before now. And back to this one, which is giving me full scale because it's picking up joints in the scope, I think. See the bridge balance again. That's looking pretty good there, to be honest. That's right towards one end of this range, so just off the end. It won't actually go in that negative, it's just barely slightly go negative. Yeah, it's a bit hard to get that one right. Well, what it's saying for noise is probably based on their scope. My scope can probably see more noise than is good at the time. So I'm seeing 100 millivolts here, roundabouts, peak to peak. Right. So now we want to do the zeroing with this, which is good. With sample hold 0 I want to do next. 1 volt receptacle, 3 volt range. Scope to the output jack. Alright, scope to the upper jack. Do I have my BNC adapter here? I don't. There's a BNC adapter. That'll be easier. It's very tight, that one. Okay. sample hole output. Not sure about probe adapter being good. I'm not trusting that actually. It seems like it's a too tight a fit. It may not be the one that came with the probe. This one feels different. That's better. Okay, this fits better. Noise probably from the LED lighting. Yes, that's entirely right. It's entirely possible the LED lighting is creating a lot of noise. So sample hold 0 is there, which is this adjustment here, which I did fiddle with as well. So we are influencing it there. What have we got to do with that? Minimum amplitude pulses. Right, okay. So I'll ignore the baseline, look at the pulses. Alright. So original position. Put it back where it originally was. We'll see how close it was. It was originally there. So let's see if this is actually a minimum or not. So I look for the peak to peak measurement there, which is 130 right now. You know, 120 down to 100. Yeah, it's around there somewhere. Let's look at your RMS noise. I think I might go for the RMS noise rather than the peak to peak noise. So RMS noise there is about 6 millivolts or so. Yeah. 5 to 6 millivolts is about the lowest I'm getting there. And that is definitely not where it was. Slightly more clockwise. Sorry, slightly more anti-clockwise. This doesn't have a chopper. It's electronic. Well, it's an electronic chopper, I suppose. Is it really a chopper? No, it's not really a chopper. It's a pulsar. It's not really chopping. Not as such. Okay, so that's that done. Next thing, meter 0, which is another thing I'm really keen to get sorted out. Short TP2 to ground on A3 board. Where's TP2? I'm going to have to find that. Unless it's referring to that one up there. I'll find TP2 on the A3 board. Yeah, where's TP2? There. This board is a newer version. That doesn't help. I need to look at the other manual. I could also reduce the bandwidth from the scope to get the noise down. I mean, yeah, okay, I'll turn the LED lights off and see what we're getting, shall we? We'll just do that to see what we get. So, turn that off. Didn't really change much. Turn that one off. Turn this one off. I mean, it looks about the same, really. Yeah, I've actually done work trying to get this noise down on the system. It used to be really bad. So I've done things like grounding, extra shielding and extra filtering and things like that, so it's not too bad, I suppose. It's a lot better than it used to be. Okay, let's look at this other manual. It seems to have forgotten where it is. Okay. Check this up here. Board layouts. That's the AT board. A3 board. Okay, where's TP2? It's ground. TP2's over here. There we go. Right. Actually, I'll just bring that in front. Okay. Let's get something I can grip onto that. Will this work? No, way too small. Yeah, don't touch anything it shouldn't. I'm not particularly fond of that setup. I think I need to get some like mini grabbers to crocodile clips or something, so I can put a crocodile clip on one end and a grab on the other. Something like that anyway. Right, that's grounded there. Temperature ground, done that. Doesn't mention about ranges, it just says to adjust the adjuster. So the meter 0, which is the ACE R16, meter 0 is this one here. Yep, that is there. That's definitely working. Now I should probably get a straight one for me so I can see if she's 0 or not. Okay, that looks a bit right there. Meter response adjustment. Story with that one. I haven't changed that one, but obviously the meter 0 was wrong, so it may affect other things too. There, the cowl reverse. Let's push cowl, meter response. Adjust 0 on the front panel for 0.8, which is out of my range. I can't get to it. I want volt range. That might make a difference. Okay. Maybe. I can't 0 to there. Is it because I've still got the shorted? Let's unshort that. Maybe that's the problem. That's the problem. Alright. This doesn't really make sense. Do I need to worry about doing this first? Amplifier adjustment. Oh, I'm skipped a bit here. That's why. That makes more sense. don't know, actually. Have I skipped a bit? I don't know. Yeah, that is working properly there. That's fine. Point of 8 is there actually. Yeah, I think that's fine. Actually, I don't think that's misbehaving at all. Yeah, okay, right, so that's those bits done. Happy with that. Hey David. Well, David, I did a stream last night. Well, 8.5 hours ago. Camera back on. And it fixed itself, basically. I don't actually know what was wrong with it. I spent a lot of time on it, and I don't know what actually fixed it in the end. It's a mystery. So I still want to find this bridge bias adjustment. Which is A3R70 mentioned. So where is that? Bridge balance. Did that already. There we go. It mentions over here is for. That's quite a long process. Let me quickly read this. So what I did last night, accidentally, is actually dropped this casing down, this hinge part. It dropped a little bit and banged, and then I had something else. What was that? I don't remember. Anyway, basically after that it was working. I can't find anything wrong now. Before I was troubleshooting it and going through some scope waveforms and stuff like that. Slotted line and standing wave indicator must be used to adjust the slide screw tune on both channels. What the hell is it talking about? It wants a signal generator for 1 GHz. Adjust slide screw tuner for minimum standing wave ratio. We call the setting of the slide screw tuner. Wow. Because in maintenance, well, it seems that way. Electron realignment. Yeah, it just forces them back into the vertical alignment. Wow. It sounds like half this procedure is setting up the test gear. So bridge bias is basically adjusting across 1 GHz and 500 MHz. On the minus 10 dB, which is 0.1. That's all it seems to be doing, is actually adjusting for frequency. Okay, well, I need to inject a frequency then, don't I? 1 gigahertz and 500 megahertz. And apparently setting it slightly higher in the 500 megahertz range gives it better overall response. Do I really care about these frequencies? But probably not. Let me, what am I going to use for this? Because I don't have a co-XT. I can't use a scope probe because it doesn't have the right bandwidth. I wonder if I can clip onto that. Maybe I'll clip onto that if I'm lucky. With no ground, because you know who needs ground anyway. Okay, let's do 1 gigahertz. Turn the modulation off without modulation, and we want minus 10 dB. Well, minus 10 dBm. So I'm doing minus 10 dBm, 1 gigahertz, no modulation. And let's see what we get. I'm actually injecting something, so actually, should I turn the carrier off for a second? And zero this. I can. 0.1. I'm getting lots of noise here. It's just picking up noise, see? No shielding is probably not a good thing. This is not ideal, really not ideal. But it helps. Especially 1 gigahertz, this is not exactly transmission line stuff, is it? Carrier back on. So we're not getting the right response here. Which thing don't I trust? Yeah, I'm not really getting the right levels there, am I? Let me double check this. This bodgy alignment isn't great. Let's try lower frequency and see if it comes right. It's 500 megahertz and it's basically the same. Okay, well, I don't like this setup here at all. It's really not good. Yeah. We'll stick it in 0 dB, so it should be over here, but I'm not trusting this setup, which is really not helping. I can't really do an alignment with this bodge. Probably best to leave it alone, really. What it does sampling, periodic sampling. So it's grabbing samples from that waveform. So the higher the amplitude, the more samples are. But I'm not liking this setup. I can't really do it this particular adjustment because this setup is not suitable. Which is a shame because I want to do that bridge bias. But I can't trust what I'm doing, so it's best to leave it alone. So what I think I want to do is something different. Actually, let's try a different connection setup. I do have a clip lead, which also isn't going to be great for high frequencies. So we'll see if I get a different result. It means I'll get rid of one of those fine leads, kind of, but that's still quite long. Carry it off. 0. Carry it back on. Oh. Similar result. I mean, it should really be over here. Is there an issue with this? No, I don't have a probe to BNC adapter, unfortunately. Not for this particular unit. Not for this dimensions. This is all I've got. I need to try and get some accessories for this thing. If I get, if it is working properly, I need to get some accessories. Right. But that isn't looking right to me. Let's inject a different kind of signal, shall we? Volt range. This is set to 1 megahertz at 1 millivolt. Zero that, roughly, just to get kind of ballpark. I don't want my millivolt, I want let's do 0.5 volts IMS. So it should give us about half scale. In theory. Turn the up and on. So 500 millivolts IMS, 1 megahertz, and it's doing about 0.6. So it's kind of working. Right, let's change frequencies. Let's do 10 megahertz. Yeah, okay. 50 megahertz. Dropped off a lot there. Okay. And 100 megahertz. Oh. Still there. Okay. Because I don't have a load on here, there's no 50 ohm loading on this end of the cable, it's going to be causing some reflections and will be causing cancellations in the cables. So that in itself is not ideal. It's not a great setup, which is why I needed the loads and stuff on there. But it is kind of there. Right, let's try back down to 1 megahertz again. Yep, and let's change the levels. Let's go to 0.1 volts IMS, which is close. 0.3 scale, so 0.3 scaling is actually really slightly high, although I might re-zero. It is really slightly high there. 1 volt is over. Well, 0.1 volt was over. Check the zeroing again. It does have a bit of a stage there where it drops gradually. Point 1 is over. Now again, that could be because I don't have 50 ohm load in here. And even 1 megahertz is probably a bit high. So let's just change the frequency again. Let's go down to 100 kilohertz. Didn't really change it. It's the same. So I haven't done a calibrate either, so maybe I should do that and see if it brings it down. That tunes some of the internal circuitry. So maybe I'll do that actually. Pop this off. 1 volt. Calibrate. Turn it on. And we're way off there, right? So do this, do zeroing there. Do the calibrate so we can get this down. Yeah, it's close enough. And you got blind again. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Paul? Andy? Dave? I've been looking at Jeff a little while. Does the Siglent software work with local scopes? I don't know. This is just a web browser interface. It's just on a browser. It's just got a web interface on it. So let's use that. Okay, let's go back down to what am I doing? 100 millivolts. That's looking better. Turn the output off. Again, still got this issue with the lack of 50 ohm loading. So right there it's reading a little bit low. But it is working. I'm going to have to figure out how to get a better test set up so I can actually verify this, and it could actually be perfectly fine. I did a 0.3 and that's reading a little bit low on that one as well. Okay, let's do 10 kilohertz. Yep. 1 megahertz again. It's coming up slightly. Five megahertz coming up slightly. 10 megahertz. There we go. 10 megahertz is fine. Look at that. So, yeah. All right. Well, it is working. Let's go down to a different level. Let's do 10 millivolts IMS. What did I just do then? There we go, 10 millivolts IMS, that's better. Right. Turn the output off. Zeroing is not going right down there. Can't zero right down. Could be noise. Yeah, it's noise causing that. Not really seeing the levels there. So output off, output on. Yeah, we've got too much noise here, causing problems with this. Let's do 50 millivolts RMS, and that range should top scale it. It's not quite there, but that could be because of the zeroing and all the noise I'm getting here. Yeah, okay, well, seems to be working. I think these connections are not doing me any favours. Right, that's enough playing with it. I think that's okay. I mean, it seems to work. I'm going to need to get a better test set up here and figure out what I'm going to do for getting these probings done, because obviously I can't calibrate it with this setup. This is a bit too janky, but it works. So I think I'll put it back together as it is and call that done, and we'll move on to do something else. Yeah, it'll definitely work better with the case on, yeah. I mean, even me having a scope probe in the back is probably not helping with reducing noise, because it is part of the same circuitry. Obviously, it does actually mention that the shielding is there for a reason. It does want the shielding, so I'm not surprised by the fact it's got a lot of noise going on. Right, let's reassemble this on here. I don't know, about 50,000 screws or something. I'll see if we've got any left over at the end of it. It's always the fun bit, isn't it? Yeah, didn't really. So what should we work on next? I mean, I'm not satisfied this is completely finished, but for now it's good enough, and I'll have to sort out some probing situation, check the calibrations on it, but it's obviously working. So the question is, what do we work on next? I know David was quite keen last week on the DVD player. Do I need to do my poll again? So we've got the DVD player, portable DVD player, which is like a audio fault on it. Apparently, it doesn't have sound output, so I think the biggest challenge in that is going to be getting it apart. Maybe this is something more serious. Do you think I've missed any screws from anywhere? Still quite a few screws here. And I'm over there. What we got? One of them. Organise these. Had to get all the way through it, get it fully assembled, go, oh no, that's that one from the inside, all the way inside, to take them all back out again. So it's 6 of those. One longer one like that. 2 longer ones like that. And a whole bunch of countersinks. Right. So I've got side panels. What, that way around? That way around? Should be countersinks. What are the choices? You actually voted for the meter, did you? DVD players get the way. Yeah, sounds like the plan. I like that plan. One less thing on the pile to deal with. It's been sitting there for a long time. The other choices are the calibration standard, like the capacitance standard, having a look at that. Now, I'd already had a look at that before, and I think I found what was wrong with it. I may have already fixed it by accident. That's possible. Somehow I've still got a screw stuck in this one. What else is there? There's the Keithley 260 nanovolt source, which I don't remember what I've got to do with that. It's a long one. Keep picking out the long one. Why are there two long ones here? And what else is there? I've got the Valhalla 2703, which has been sitting there for over a year. And what else have I got? I've got that Rack Dana GPIB tester, which I've done a video about. And it's kind of fine anyway, really, to be honest. Done a video on that, like I said. I had something else as well. I'm sure I had more. I need to do a poll, then it's nice and clear. I want to do the DVD player. That's what I would like to do to get rid of it. How did that go? Sort of that way, was it? Like that. That makes more sense. Stuck now. Do what I want. Yes. Go for the DVD, it'll be easy. Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It should be. I also like to get rid of it. Like I said, it's been sitting there for ages waiting for him to do it. Calibrated Tesla strike. Well, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure this is actually fixed. It could just be there's a bad connection which just happens to come right now. But I don't know. We'll see. I've given it a couple of more bangs since then and tapped some things and haven't actually had it fall again. So maybe there's a bit of garbage sitting somewhere and it's dislodged and fallen out now. Hope it's not sitting inside a circuit board somewhere. I don't know. So we have 2 screws left. This is looking promising. What isn't promising is that I've put these side panels on back to front because I've got half a calibration sticker over there and half on the other side. Slot in properly. Why doesn't it want to slot in? It's slightly bent. That bracket there is very slightly bent. Let's give it a slight tap. Still doesn't want to go on right. What's wrong with that? Is that it? Really? Oh, that might be the fitment. I'm surprised it's the fitment. This feels a bit un-HP like to be fitting like that. This doesn't feel like it's actually slid all the way forward like it should. That appears to be it though. Oh well. Put the screws in. Yeah, that is the fitment. Interesting. Or is that slightly bent maybe? Could that be slightly bent? Just doesn't seem right. Not liking it. See if it still works after reassembly. Yeah, well that's the thing, eh? This fitment just doesn't look right. Let's just bend this back panel very slightly out. Just seems like it's bent in slightly. See if it's any better or not. No, it still does not fit right. That's just a bad fitment. That is interesting. Yeah, that does not want to sit right. How unusual for HP. That is actually really surprising. Let's see what it's doing at the same time. It's just, yeah, it just sticks out the back very slightly. Weird. That's how it fits. Oh, I've lost a screw now. That is the fitment. Unusual. I wouldn't expect that from HP actually, they usually do better than that. Yeah, it's like it's just in here. It's not the best fitment there. Oh. Use a hammer. I might unfix it. Actually, now we put it together, we really need to retry it, don't we? One volt, calibrate off. Hey, still not doing it. Right, and that is still working. Brilliant. Still goes. Yep, still working fine. Okay, we'll put it away. Yeah, the inside cover seems to be in properly. That's tucked underneath and stuff like it seems to be required to do. I've got to try and figure out what to do with this probing situations because I kind of need to have storage for these probes. And I don't want to lose any bits like this. I need to sort something out for that. But it's still a bit of a mystery the way that the inside circuit boards are newer than the actual unit. What date was this thing again? Yeah, 1977. Yeah, 1977 the circuit boards are newer than that. That's still the weird thing. I've got to do something with this. Do I want to rely on this piece of string not breaking? What do you reckon? I need to do something with that. Let's cable tie it on somewhere. Doesn't actually need to be used. Let's just do this with it. Now I won't get lost. At least not until the cable tie snaps. I'm going to try and get my drawer shut again. Way too much stuff in there. Okay, I won't get lost. Hopefully. Put this away. I'll need to try and find some more probes for this in a minute. It's actually working, so I don't mind investing some money in buying the right probes for it now. I just have to find them. I wish I could find the original accessory kit because it's got all the bits in it. Trying to buy the individual bits is expensive. It's going to cost you sort of like $80 to $100 each piece, if not more, just for shipping, you know. So let's move this over here for the time being. Very dusty, it's been sitting there for a while. Let's turn the scope off. I don't think I need that going now. I didn't do a summary video. I need to do an ending video for that. Hold on. Now I can at least edit a video. Let's do this. Bloody HDMI cable. Give me trouble again. It's frustrating. Might have to replace this cable. Go on, come back on again. You replace the cable or replace the camera. So one of those two things is giving trouble. Come on, come back. Hang it all day. Right. Well, it's back together. It seems to be working. I need to come back and revisit this. It's not actually completely done. I've got to do the calibration on it properly. Once I've got some proper jigs and adapters and stuff I need for this to actually do the calibration process, because I don't actually have the right parts I need right now. So I can't really do it in a proper way. It's best to leave it alone, not touch it, than it is to try and do it in this current situation. The bits I have done were required, but yeah, it's not ideal. So I shall leave it as it is for now. I'll put this away to one side. I might even give us a clean up, clean the front panel up a little bit, sort of stuff, get it a bit nicer. But I think that's that one done. Don't forget to check out the videos down below. Subscribe over there if not subscribed. Patreon support link right there if you want to help me to buy a bit of test gear a bit like this to fix, or maybe fix, whatever. Bye. Right, that's that bit. So move this that way. Always have to record an outro. 3D print, that's possible. Although you've got to do conductive stuff, haven't you? That's the problem. The sizing is interesting. I think I need a DVD for this thing because I don't think it's got one in it. Didn't even open it. Didn't even use this thing. There we go. There was nothing in it. So I think I can play CDs in it too, so I might just do that. And I've nudged my screen so now I can't see the chat anymore. All messages again. Right. So, okay. Video intro required. Let's change camera view so you can see a bit better. I need another drink. Let's go and get a drink. Be right back. Right, drink obtained. I knew that. I knew you were going to say that, Ian. I was just about to say, my soldering iron's still here. Oh, I don't know. Right. Okay, let's get this video set up better. Look how dusty that looks on camera. Well, it is obviously dusty, but it really shows up on camera quite badly. Let's just give us a quick clean off. Oh, so this has been sitting around for ages. Let's make it look slightly better. Can it play Crisis? I don't think so. Don't have something really dusty and dirty looking camera. Right, be marginally better. Okay. It is here, PAL. It will be a PAL. So today on the bench, I've got this DSC branded device, which is actually a little DVD player, and it also does CDs as well. Now it's got little built-in speakers just here. Where's cat hair come from? There's currently no disc in it. Where did the hair come from? Where's hairs? And it's got no sound. And on the side here it does have a headphone jack just there. Volume control. Couple of jacks here as well, power supply. Nothing that side, nothing on the back there. It looks interesting set up. I'm not quite sure if it's like a bracket or something, or a mount you could put onto. Standard laser warnings and what have you here. So it's a G3054 portable DVD player. That's what it's called. I'm not sure about when it is manufactured. I'm just trying to see if I can see anything on there. No, I can't really see anything which is an obvious date code. So anyway, this is a Zone 4 DVD player. And like I said, it has no sound. So we're going to pull this thing apart. Well, we'll demonstrate first. Probably find it's fixed itself sitting on my pile of things to fix for the past year. So yeah, we'll pair it up, demonstrate there's no sound. We'll prove it's fault's still present, I should say. Then we'll pull it apart and see if we can fix it. I'm going to put a CD into it, I think. The other day there's a stack of CDs here. Here we go, here's one. I'll put this one in, see if it plays it, and then see if there's any sound coming out. You want to bet it's corrosion inside the audio switch inside the headphone jack. Not DVD player. You're probably correct. That's my suspicion as well. It's going to be the actual switching inside the headphone jack. Haven't tried headphones on it yet. Usually what happens, you plug headphones in, then they would work, but the speakers wouldn't work, kind of thing. Potentially. Alright. Let's plug power in. I don't know how to use this thing. I've never used it. Screen went darker. The screen works at least. Okay, well, I'll unplug that again for now. Has it got a power switch? Has it got a power switch? So that is on the front? Yeah, power switch on the front. Charging. Has it got internal battery? Oh, maybe it's got internal battery as well. So on the front here, it's got a power switch, there's an infrared port, it's got some indicators, one says charging, one says on. So that's interesting. So I found a CD, Rave 92. Oh. That's right, this disc was a bit dodgy. There's a bit of coating missing off the actual top side of the disc, but I think it does play up to a point. Because when you play a disc, it goes from the inside to the outside. Unlike an LP or a record, vinyl, it goes from the outside to the inside. Okay, got that? So I was going to try that and see if anything comes out. Turn it on. Screen is working, which is a good sign. It's always a good start. The on light is on. The charging light is not. Just trying to do the disc. Loading. Load the track so I can read the disc at least. Let's try pushing play. It reckons it is playing already, actually. Volume control. All the way up, all the way down. Nothing happening. Let me grab some earphones and see if they work. I've got some just over here. I used to do my editing. Stick this in my ear, get my head blasted off. I don't know if that comes out on camera. Maybe it does. But that is working through headphones. But that's also a really dicky connection. I had to spin that a little bit and get that to work. I could hear hiss, and then I turn the volume up. That's actually a maximum volume right now. And then spun it around a bit and it started working. So, yeah, it does seem a bit weak. But it is working. So, let's turn it back off again. Let's pull it apart and see what's going on with that headphone socket. It's probably just dirty. We could potentially even give it a clean and try and fix it without even pulling it apart, but I don't want to pull it apart. We want to have a look inside it, don't we? Spinny, spin, 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 spin. Still spinning. Alright. The fact it actually could read this is quite impressive. The fact kids have had this, and you know, I'm surprised they haven't had their fingers all over the laser or something. Alright, let's find a screwdriver. Right, Was I recording that last bit of video? Was I recording a video? Oh no, I can't push the record button or not. So yes, it was playing up. But the headphones were working. I'm suspicious now I didn't push record before. That was done. 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 This one's different. Done. Done. Got some of the screws out. It's all just plastic self-tapping screws. Now, which way is this pull apart? Oh, there's some on the back there too. Did I miss anything? This one has not dropped out. I knew it was this one. Let's try this one again. That seems to be stuck. Alright. Will it open? Battery DC. Must have had an... Ah, that's what it must have been. An external battery pack stuck on this thing. That's why it's got this, and it's got a socket here for the battery. Right. There must have been an external battery pack for this thing. No more screws. What I can see. Spudger time. Which way does this come apart? Does the bottom come off the top or the top come off the bottom? This side's lifting. Okay. And the circuit kind of wants to go with it. I think it comes at the front and then comes backwards based on look at that. Bit of plastic broken off in that corner there already. There we go. Come on, how's this go? I have not missed a screw, have I? There's no hidden ones. Underneath the foot, maybe? I don't think so, though, because there's screws next to them. There's a screw inside here. There's a screw inside here. There's a screw inside the CD drive. Or DVD drive. Take those ones out as well then. Okay, is that all of them? Maybe that's all of them. There we go. Hey, it wants to move. Kind of. I think I was right about saying the hardest thing of this is going to be getting it apart. Is there another screw hiding somewhere, you think? Think it could be another one? I haven't missed any of these, have I? Oh, look. No, I've missed that screw there. There we go. There we go. Missing screws. Right. Oh, let's go. What is that? Oh, the flex is stuck to the bottom of the casing. Why is the flex stuck to the bottom of the casing? It's like it's intentional, it's got like an adhesive on there. Okay. Well, there's the inside. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a close look. Bit dusty. There's a bit of, I don't know what there. Could be flux. Could be something else. Yeah. So that is what I think is wrong, is this thing. Now, taking off the circuit board is probably no point. Even taking it apart is probably no point, to be honest. But I think I do want to try and get this board out. Hopefully it's not too hard to get it out. Looks like it probably won't be. And we'll flip it over and do some testing on the actual socket on the back. LEDs are a bit wonky. So there's the light pipes. Yeah, and LEDs sort of, yeah, it ain't pretty. Built down to a price, certainly. So there's the drive mechanism, the rubber bushes, bit of fluff in there when they're cleaning out. This connector, which hopefully actually is a connector, but it looks almost like it's been soldered directly on. Oh no, it is a connector. That will come out. So I'll unplug that. We've got these connectors up here. Come on, pop out. These things are a bit fragile sometimes. So I've got a release. It does have a release. Or doesn't it have a release? Maybe it's not a release. No, maybe it's just a push-in. Sometimes it is push-ins. Yeah, that is just a push-in. Okay. This one here is a release. That's that released. We've got this one over here, which is also got a release on it. You've got a wire soldered on which goes somewhere, I don't know where. Okay, I think I can get the screws out now. I'm not seeing a screw. There's a clip. Yeah, I think I have to unclip this. Don't break. There we go. That slots in through there. Let's pull this one out. Oh, it goes to a speaker. Right. This all obviously needs a really good clean before we put it back together. There's a switch here which will be sensing the lid. Yeah, okay. So we want the socket up here. Can I pull that out? No. That speaker's been melted into place. Let me show you that. Bezel thing there. So the speaker puts into a hole, and then they melt the sides in to hold the speaker in place. Effective. So I'll be taking it out. Right, well, there's lots of flux residue around the place and mess and construction actually looks surprisingly good. The actual precision on the circuit board is quite small. Really fine detail. Look at capacitors. Always like to look at capacitors. And there's nothing obvious. So I might be doing them alone. I'm going to recap this thing. Let's drink, read the chat. Peanut butter on a sandwich, kids, yeah. Jam and toast, yes. Oh. Indeed, the LEDs. Who said the EV play an easy fix? Yeah, well. So what I'm looking at here is this connector to see if there's anything I can do with that to figure out the connections. We should just probe that, I reckon. But it's got flux residue on it, what have you. Just there's some more space here, a bit crowded. You reckon it'd survive a UC bath? UC bath. UC bath. What do you mean UC? I'm not getting that. I'm really bad at acronyms and stuff. Ultrasonic, be US, wouldn't it? Ultrasonic. Okay, let's probe this. Let's do diode test mode. So we've got a beeper. I mean, it may survive ultrasonicking. I'd rather not though. It is mostly working right now. It could make the problem worse. Okay. So let's do some testing on the audio socket on the side here. Now it does have 10 pins. It has 10 pins and a common pin, so 9 pins available. You probably can't see too well, but okay. So we got 6 there, 4 there, 4 across here, and 1 there. So that'd be the common, like 0 volt, and this will be left and right with switching. Now, interestingly, it has positions for 2 speakers inside the unit. Right, there's another fake speaker grill over there. There's only 1 speaker, so this only actually outputs mono anyway. Cheapskates. So I've got the speaker wires going there. I'm actually wondering, has this actually got potential there for having 2 speakers? I wonder if it's actually designed to have 2 but not been installed. Do you know what? I think this is actually designed for 2 speakers. It's got 2 socket positions. One has got the wires soldered straight into it. It's a CN4. CN5 is not populated. And the traces from CN5 go down to the 3.5mm jack. So I reckon the cheapskates haven't put in a second speaker. Right. Let's see what we get with this thing. So a common there. We should see nothing on any of these based on my assumption of how that should work. From the common, yep, because that's the 0 volt side. Try to get slightly closer with this, shall we? So there should be a switch side and a common, like a common switch side as well for left and right, and the through. So it should be a source and a switched output, which should be going through. Now, because this doesn't actually appear to be switching the speaker on, but it's only got 1 speaker, so it might be there's only 1 switch which is at fault, and the other side's fine. So let's just see what we get. Let's try and find out where these signals are. There's nothing. So from that point there, those are both connected. This side here, they are not. So is that one there. Can I figure out these switches? Right. Okay. Not particularly clear yet. So these 2 are joined together. These 2 are joined together. As are those 2. As are those 2. Got that? Let's plug this in. So I've now got a socket plugged in, and we'll look at this again. So everything's changed. This will join together. This will join together. This will join together. Those now look different. So that's going through something. Okay. Now, these left 2 here are joined together, and these 2 here have 500 ohms across them. Or 200 ohms there, sorry. So those 2 are joined together. Those 2 are not joined together. They've got 30 ohms. What's this pin out? What the hell? Who knows? I think you heard an SOS in there. Yeah. Yes, well. Yeah, indeed. Right. I did learn Morse code many, many years ago. When I was a teenager, I did learn it. Actually, might have been not even a teenager. It might have been pre-teen. But yeah, I don't know. Long gone now. Well, that is a bit inconclusive. So what I need to do, I think, is measure from the speaker output here, which is these two connections, through to the switch, and try and go from that. It could be the speaker itself is dead. So what I'm going to do now is measure from the speaker connections over to the switch with the actual socket here and see if we get anything which makes sense. Let's get a bit closer. So let's go from that position. So the left hand connection is the common, which is the 0 volt side. So let's go to the other side. And we still have a connection. That's interesting. We've got 7 ohms. Okay, so that is tied to ground. So we're getting 7 ohms, 8 ohms there. So that's an 8 ohm speaker. There we go. So we're getting that. So that might complicate things. Let's just probe around, see what we get. So 0 ohms there, 0 ohms there. Both connections at that same side are working. That's got 8 ohms there. So that's the 0 volt side. So is that one. Does that tell us anything? No. But it tells us the speaker itself is not fried because it has 8 ohms across it. But which connections are which on this bloody socket? I would have expected like a left and right side, but I'm not seeing anything which actually makes sense yet. Let me have a close look at the circuit board so I can see any traces and see what's going on there. I'll stop recording for a minute. Give these a bit of a scratch up. Lots of flux residue on these. Also wondering about solder joints actually. Maybe the solder joints aren't wonderful. Might just give that a clean up. See what we get. Use my signal tracer. I have all sorts of things I could use. Okay. So where's the audio amplifier? I think that's the main control chip. That's for the processor. There's some flux gunk on the circuit board there, which I might just get rid of because it's just ugly. Yeah, so that one will take the socket out of the board. It's an awful lot of work for doing that. It could just be a case of me shoving some cleaner in it and wiggling the socket around a bit. And anyway, that's still pretty awful. Bit better. Alright. So where's your amplifier? That's the question I want to know. It's easier with a magnifier one dropping down all the time. U3 is a TDA 2073. TDA 2073. Someone looked it up, see if it said audio amplifier. Since it's right next to the socket, it'll be, you know, sensible. This is 2073. Yeah, that Samsung device had a big one. It could easily be the controller for the CD drive. I'm trying to read this bloody number. There we go, now I can see it clearly. Yeah, definitely TDA 2073. Is that an audio amplifier? Someone looked it up. Where's Wilhelm? Wilhelm's always pulling up things like that. I'm not going to have to look it up myself. Right. TDA 2073. It's going to look that up. Just want a quick summary. PC speaker amplifier. Yep, here we go. That's the audio amp. Awesome. So if I can trace from that device through to the socket, I can try and figure out the pins that go to the commons, as it were. Unfortunately, it's a bit awkward where it is. All multi-layer board as well. Trying to make sense of it all. I probably should have pulled up a data sheet to find out what the pinout was, eh? That would have been sensible whilst I was sitting there. But why would I want to do something sensible like that? Well, this assembly I'm actually looking at this thinking it might actually come apart. I'm actually really tempted to pull this thing off the board now. Let's do it. Let's put it off the board. I didn't really want to go there, but let's do it. Do I need to do that? Probably not. But let's do it anyway. It might tell us more about what's going on with it. So I've made the decision to remove the audio socket off the board. I don't really need to do that probably, but for the sake of exploration, I'm going to desolder the socket and then we can have a look and try and trace the circuitry. The little chip just here, that, okay, close it. That is the audio amplifier IC. It's a TDA 2073 audio amplifier IC, and it's, my guess was that based on proximity. I'm slightly out of focus, of course I am. So you've got the volume control here and the socket, obviously, and then it all splits off to this. So that made sense that was going to be an audio amplifier IC. I said TDA, and TDA is usually audio amplifiers. So yeah, it's quite commonly found TDA type devices. So I'm going to pull this socket off because it looks like it can actually be pulled apart as well. It looks like I've got some clips on there, little clipping bits. So I'm going to pull it off and have a closer look at it. I mean, I could just flush it in IPA or chuck it in ultrasonic cleaner or something like that, but we're going to pull it apart and have a look. Might be clogging. No, that's fine. Doesn't sound right. Might have to clean the filters out. Now, has it desoldered? That one has. So these pins are being stubborn. Just like they all have, apart from the four at the front row here. Hey Steve, how's it going? It might just be solidly in there. It's all moving. There you go, it's out. Okay, I've desoldered that. I saved you from the noise of the vacuuming of the desoldering gun. There's the switch and the actual connections there. So like I said, that front one was a common there. And I'm actually looking to see if I can actually get this thing apart, because it might be a nice exercise to pull this apart and have a look at it. Because it does look like it clips apart there, clips together there. Looks like it's two separate pieces. So I might just unclip this and see what happens. What could go wrong? It wouldn't break, would it? Well, probably not. Yeah, it does look tarnished. They often do go tarnished, though, don't they? So, can I unclip this? It looks like there's a piece which clips on the back. Definitely moves freely, independently of the rest of it. I suppose if I break a clip I could always glue it back together. Let's get some little tweezers. Something more pointy. What's annoying me about this is my eyesight is not as good as it was even a year ago. It's deteriorated quite a bit in the past year. So it's a bit frustrating in some ways because I should be able to see this really easily, and it's actually a bit more of a struggle now than it used to be. So there you go, it's starting to come off. Alright. So this looks like it's a switch. It is. That is actual switch. That is an actual switch. And it's got a wiper inside here. So when you push a plug in, it actually pushes this over. So let's get a plug, let's push it in. So when you push a plug in, it pushes that over, which will then activate the switch. So this is the bit which you've got a problem with, is this section here. This little piece here will be what's giving us trouble. Well, it could be the actual socket itself, but you know, that's what the inside looks like. So that's worth pulling apart, I think. We'll spray some cleaner in there. And can I pull this apart some more? I think I probably can. Hopefully without breaking it. Yeah, I'm going to need some glasses soon. I think it's heading that way. I can still see, but yeah, it's a bit more of a struggle than it used to be. Getting old sucks, but it beats alternative. Yes, it does indeed. Alright, let's try and get in here and see if I can pop this open without breaking the clip. This is a terrible thing to do just in tweezers. And on camera you can probably see us better than I can. There we go. Right. Let's just change view slightly. Also, before I forget,
click subscribe right now, quick, before you forget.
Haven't used that in a little while. Okay, so there is that part. And it looks exactly like just about any other slide switch. So usually what will happen is these get a bit weak because they just have saddles basically to go over the contacts there, and they get a bit weak and they won't gripping properly. Or it could be a bit grime in there. So what I'm going to do is pull these off like that, and we'll squash them together a bit more maybe. Let's have a look. Does it look like it's closing up properly? Actually it does. It does look like it's closing quite well. So maybe that's fine. Maybe this needs a really good clean. So there is a little bit of dirt in there, but you know, a little bit of tarnishing. It's not too bad. Looks like it's silver plated. Let's pull the other one off. Same deal, they're both closed up fully. So the tension isn't a problem. Sometimes it is a tension, which is the problem. And flip us around. And yeah, that's all. A little bit of tarnishing in there too. So we'll give this a clean up and we'll put it back together. User welding, yeah. I've had a few arc flashes myself. It's not fun. Not for quite some time now, but yeah, I've had them. Nobody likes arc flashes. Let's get some of this. Let's soak up the excess, I suppose. So I flip it and everything goes everywhere. Right. Should have my fingers as well, it's not what I want. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's only got a little bit of dirt in there. It's not too bad. It's just basically a bit of oxidation. You know, I'll plug this in and out a few times now. Put some cleaner on it, and now it's got a plug in there. I'm going to talk about this actually on camera. So I've sprayed some cleaner in it, and now I've pushed the connector in, and that's opened up these contacts down here as well. All right, so it's got some switching contacts in here as well. So this could be switching audio, and the other part could be switching something else. All right, maybe it's doing some other kind of function. Anyway, we'll have a little scrape inside here between these contacts as well, because that way it will definitely be cleaning up those contacts. So when you pull the headphone socket out or the headphone jack out, it will close those contacts and link between these two. All right, which is what we were seeing, those two being linked together before. So by doing that, that should make sure that there's definitely a connection between them when you pull the socket out. Just a little gentle rub, so I'll put some deoxit on it anyway. And we'll do the same on this side. In there. If I can get to it. If I can get to it. How's that one work? Is that different? I'm actually using the camera to see. Can't see that side, but I can only see this side. This one seems different. Might have to look at this differently for the magnifier. Okay, right. So yeah, one does a similar thing but in the opposite direction. Okay, so that big wiper arm we got here, which is activating that switch on the end, that actually goes to this outer contact here, and then when it's relaxed in the neutral position, it's actually touching against the contact which makes contact to this pin. So in this state, those two should be connected together, and these two should be connected together. So we should be able to test that right now, actually, before we do anything else. Yep. Yep. So we've got 0 ohms that side. Zero ohms that side. So yep, that's okay. So that should be actually working. So yeah, we'll finish cleaning up this switch here. I'll probably just give it a rag, wipe with a bit of contact or spud or something, and then put it back together and see if it works. Let's get one of these things. It could convert stereo to mono, it's possible. Just flip the piece off there. Don't lose the switch contacts. Right. highly recommend getting some of these. These are really good for these little fine details. You know, but you can't use a cotton bud because they're just too big and bulky. You know, these work really well for this kind of thing. Right. Let's put these wipers back on again. Try and put these wipers back on again. I've also got hair in the way. How do I have a hair there? There's always a hair somewhere, isn't there? And I need the magnifier, I can't see what I'm doing. And the first one fell off. Come on, get in there. Maybe do it this way, might be easier. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's wipe it back on the switch. You have the activation mechanism which sits on top of it. We've got the housing. Okay. Let's test it. Right, so I put this switch here back together again, so we should get contact between these two. If I can hold it down. We do. And the other two. We do. Flip it to the right. Should get the other side. Yep. All my bad connections. Yep, that's working. Yep. So that switch there is definitely working. So now the switches are now working. I do actually have a headset magnifier. I don't wear it very often because it gets in the way. Okay. So we can clip these back together again. Make sure I get that wiper in the right place. Let's clean the circuit board up a bit. Sodium perseverate. Can't say I have, no. I haven't made my own circuit boards in years. I used to make my own circuit boards using ferric chloride. But like I said, I haven't done it in a long time. I've now got sponsorships with PCB and stuff, so I just want these PCBs made, I just get them to make them. Obviously it takes a lot longer, but instead of having it the same day kind of thing. That's fine. Your trifocals work in your lab. Wow. I just noticed that comment. Okay. I'm going to use the chunky solder because it doesn't need to be silver solder for this. Let's try and solder this up and hopefully get it on camera without my hand being in the way, which is always the challenge with trying to record video. I'm using this really chunky solder because I'm trying to get rid of it. I've had it for years. It's got really good flux in it, but it's not really good for doing really fine stuff, and that's what I'm getting more and more into, so trying to use this one up. It's almost gone. It's taken a while though because it's so chunky. But it's got really good flux in it. So it's really good for doing things which are a bit old and tarnished. Whereas the other stuff I've got, which is silver solder, it's got very little flux in it in comparison, and it takes a lot more effort to get a nice joint. You have to actually add flux sometimes. Or quite often have to add flux to that one. Whereas this will do it just fine as it is. Oh, I see how that came out. Bit too much solder on one of them. A bit blobby. Blobby. Looks better. You reckon? Good enough? Yeah. I think it's probably better than factory. Yeah, ferric chloride is horrible to use. But it works. I don't know, I mean that's just what I used from the very beginning when I started doing it. And you know, I've still got loads of it left actually. I'm probably never going to use it all. Likely be the case I never use it all. Now what I think I might want to do is actually get the dust out of this thing. Dust and hairs and crap. I shall just quickly give us a brush. Got a brush in my drawer here. Big chunky paintbrush. But it's fine for doing this sort of stuff. Just get the worst of the garbage out of it. Some fluff over here I want to get out. Like this. There's probably some at the other end as well, I'm guessing. There's some hairs in there. There's always hairs and stuff. The other end's looking alright. Nope, not a hair. More hairs. Right. Mustn't forget to dust the fake speaker. Bloody hell. Do you think it will work? Oh, I've got no bloody idea. What do you think? I know this. Okay, so that's got a slot in there. This has to plug in before I can put the board in. It's kind of stuck to the side as well. Come on, get in there. Come on, go in. There we go. That's slotted in there. I need to put this piece in. Which way up did that go? Was it that way up or the other way up? Which way do you reckon? I think it was the other way up. Wires are in the way. Of course they are. There's revisions here for screws. There is the provisions for screws there, which weren't installed for that mounting plate here. Cheapskates. Right. Unpin the cables. That's in place. Let's clip it in. Have I got it right? Okay. That's in, that's in. Let's do this. Can't see if it's in or not. I always put cables on before I put screws in. Because that way if you get a cable you missed, you haven't got to undo the screws again. Come on, slot in. That's not in already, is it? No. It's going to be a pain getting this in. Come on. I think it's in now. This cable management was a bit lacking, I think. Right, I think that's all the cables. Let's put the screws back in. If I remember which screws it was. Which screws was it? These two over here. Ferric chloride up the nose is real eye opener. Well, the stuff I've got is actually a liquid form. It's liquid ferric chloride. It's in a bottle. You still got some ferric chloride balls. Okay. So how many of you actually use ferric chloride liquid then? Because that's how I got it, was as a liquid. from Rapid Electronics. Now, do I dare to just reassemble this and see if it works? And to be honest, if it doesn't work, I wouldn't really care that much. I'd end up just chucking it out. But it'd just be nice to get this thing working and actually have it something which can be given away. Someone might make use of it. You get as a liquid? Oh yeah. Distribution costs, alright. Well, that's the only solution I could get. I think when I was looking at it anyway, years ago, from where did I get it from? I think I got it from either Dick Smith Electronics or J-Car. One of the two, I got it from one of them. Pretty sure that's where I got it from. Let's just give the top casing a bit of a, well, the bottom casing a bit of a dust out. Before we reassemble it. Well, I'll do this outside, but it's not that much dust. Alright. So when I pulled this thing apart before, because this flex was attached to the bottom casing, it may have got yanked. Maybe it hasn't screwed it up. If we don't have a DVD drive anymore, then we know that's what's happened. If that's the case, then I'll definitely be throwing it away. But we'll give it a go. And there's still hairs in here. I just dusted this out. You get a little mini vacuum cleaner in here or something. Okay, so you've got the infrared sensor here, which is bent. So straighten that back up. You've got the EDs, which are bent, which I'm going to straighten up because I've got a feeling they're not supposed to be bent. Maybe they are. I don't know. We'll find out, I suppose. I just had to kind of hook over the back, didn't it? Let's hook over the back bit like that, and then kind of go in. What's holding it up? What have I forgotten to do? I'm stuck to the flex again. Let's definitely push down. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's what's holding it up. And it's pushed the LEDs back down again, so yeah, those LEDs do have to be pushed downwards. Post office one takes, yeah. Well, that's what I could get in store. Can't remember exactly where I got it from now. But. So it's going to push into place. There we go. There we go. That's down. Now you've got a bunch of different size screws. I wonder where they all went. Those ones on the top. We've got some shorter ones. I don't know where the short ones go. Maybe the front edge. Got some longer ones. I'll do the long ones first, eh? I'm going to screw it together and see if it works. That one seems like it should be a short one. So does that one. Two electronic shops. Okay, well, my nearest one is about a 45-minute drive away. In fact, that's the only one in any reasonable distance. Yeah. Feels like it should be a short one. That's all right. So many screws. Well, I actually had like a bottle. I just returned to a bottle and I used to keep using it. So I actually used like one dose of it, or even for all the boards I made. It just seemed to just keep on going forever, really. What am I missing? That one there. That's there. Oh, I've got rear ones. That's what the short ones are for, the rear ones. Should pay more attention, shouldn't I? Okay. You got RS. Oh yeah. RS over here is like a ordering. I've ordered stuff from RS and from Element 14, and it comes from Australia. They never seem to have anything. Yeah, it's really rare to have anything come from over here. Yeah, there was a lot more stuff many years ago. There's also a place called Surplustronics, which is in Auckland. I used to go there. I used to get some test gear from there sometimes. You know, it'd be old broken test gear and things like that, and all these sort of curious things. I don't know, even broken test gear, just be old test gear. They just pick up stuff, and I'll get it from there. And lots of old, you know, surplus componentry and switches and all sorts of amazing things. You just go in and stock up and you spend. When I went there, I'd spend $500 in parts, just going buying parts, random bits and pieces, and you know, resistors, capacitors, crystals, switches, bits of wire, test leads. I'll be there for, you know, 5-6 hours, going through everything because their stock always changed, you know. It's like but they've gone more into like music stuff. They still do some electronic stuff, but they've changed. They've pivoted a bit to doing musical stuff and lighting and things like that. Which, you know, I can understand. You know, changing needs. How many people are out there looking for electronic stuff, which is going to keep a shop afloat, especially in Queen Street. Okay, let's try this again. So I've got it back together. Will it still work? I don't know. I could have actually made it worse. You know, we'll find out. Let's drop this in. Some dust floating around inside there too. Should give that a dust out. Actually, I might just get a slightly dirty one here and get some of the loose dust. Right. Power it on. Does the screen still work? The screen still works. That's a good start. You got some banging rave tunes? Yeah, you might. Well, it's still read the disc. It's playing. The speaker is working, but it's very quiet. So it is actually fixed. It is working. It's just very quiet. Let's check the headphones. If I had two speakers, it'd be twice as loud. Right. Yeah, it is working, but it's very quiet. Yep. The volume was a bit of an issue, I think, but It works. Good enough. Why is it quiet? I don't know. I'm not going to look into that. Right. And spinny swim and spin. Yes. And that was Prodigy, of course. Had to open with Prodigy. I'm a Prodigy fan, by the way. So, yeah. Well, it works. I think I'll call it on a success. Good enough. Someone wants to listen to it and plug some headphones in. But the fact there's only one speaker out of two even populated, that's incredible. Obviously, it has the means to run 2 speakers, but yes. Mind, it doesn't say stereo, does it? It doesn't say stereo on it. Does it say stereo on it anywhere? Not that I can see. So, it doesn't actually say it's stereo, so therefore they're not doing anything wrong. Right. Well, there's that thing fixed. That seems to work now. Volume was a bit low. I'm not going to investigate that. I don't care. There is sound out for the speaker. There's sound from the headphones now. That's good enough to give away to someone. Just say, yeah, take an op shop or something like that, you know, Sally's or something, and they can give it to someone, and someone might use it, I'm sure. You know, you can always plug the headphone jack into an amplifier, you know, one of those little speaker amplifier things. You can get one of them, couldn't you? Really wanted better, less sound, but then why'd you have a portable? Well, you could have portable, couldn't you? But still, it works. I'm happy with that. So check out the videos down below in the description, maybe for other repairs. Maybe it's consumer electronics like this. Maybe it's test gear, which is what I'm really into, is test gear repairs. Just go over there and Patreon support link over there if you want help to buy bits of test gear to fix to do videos about. Because that's what I like doing. This is just a bit different. Click like, subscribe, and
Click subscribe right now, quick, before you forget.
you can blame Julian for that. Aye. Right, that's that video done. That's that project dealt with. Finished. Yay. Want this thing on the pile. Now I can get rid of it. Maybe it isn't a needle. Yeah, I'm not quite sure putting a needle on the CD is going to go well. But yeah, anyway. It works, it's good enough. The wife can now go and take it somewhere. Actually, I might take the ferrite off this. I might keep that ferrite. I think I'll put that on myself for some reason. I think I'll probably put that on there. Should I keep that? It looks like a decent one. Can I get it off? There you go. That's good worth something, surely. Okay. Now what we're going to work on. Just going to put this somewhere so I can get rid of it. Get out of the room. What time is it? Oh, it's 11:15. It's early there. We could do some more. The Keithley sauce. You reckon you want to work on the Keithley now? We could do that. Hardware. Fill it in the hardware box. This is for a project which I showed this in my bag. This display here, and I've got some more here. At some point, I'm going to pull apart my Adventist 6581T, an off-digit multimeter. and try and replace the display with one of his new ones, and figure out how to reverse engineer all that stuff. That's going to be a fun project. Because the original VFD is knackered, and trying to get a new VFD seems to be basically impossible. So there was some around a while ago, but not anymore. So unfortunately I can't just replace the VFD, which is what I'd like to do. Pick something easy this time. A big fun project. Yeah, definitely a big fun project. Yeah. You have to figure out how to decode the serial data going to the existing display and recode it for working on these displays, because obviously it's got to convert from the VFD type output to these. So that's what two different types of display. I wasn't quite sure which one I'm going to end up using. Okay, so I finish this drink. You can get it for free at a local EMC test house. I don't have an EMC test house, not I know about anyway. Nothing over here. Right. Drink finished. Keithley, you reckon? I haven't looked at this at all, I don't think. No. It's completely virgin. Needs a bit of work. Needs the conversion doing to the voltage stuff, I think. Oh, it's got a switch on the back, that's alright. But the cable needs changing, or the plug needs changing, I'm not quite sure which. The cable actually seems to be in reasonable condition. So replacing the plug will probably be the way to go. Although, oh no, it's a slight scuff on the back there, almost nothing. Cable seems kind of alright. I can still use this cable as it is by plugging into an adapter. I've already done the voltage change on it because I didn't want to forget that. It has this little panel here. Look at this. Shielded. You have to run the cables through the little slot there to get the noise down. Right. I just need to try and refresh my memory on this thing about what the situation was with it. I think it was just purchased as is. Whether it worked or not, I'm not sure. Do we just plug it in and try it? Are there going to be reefers inside, which is going to go bang? I think I'll take the top cover off at least. I'll do that. Just tidy up a little bit. Now I did have another Keithley unit. Was it? What the hell was that? Was that one? Model number that one. That was very similar, or same sort of form factor, same kind of knobs sort of thing with these dials on them. And I was having issues with the knobs going all cloudy and really not very good. I still haven't solved that problem. They keep clouding back up again. The plastic's deteriorating. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to deal with that problem. Maybe clear coat will work. I haven't tried that yet. But at least these are still in reasonable condition. They're still pretty good. The other thing, what's that nano? Was that a microamp source or nanoamp source or something like that, wasn't it? Was it nanoamp source? I think that's what we worked on before. Anyway, I might need to get my Siglent multimeter going for this one. Potentially. Oh, Heathkit free ones. Okay, clever. Yeah, the current source before, Chris. It's yeah, I've got to let the magic smoke out. You have to be able to see the magic smoke when it comes out. I'll do an intro first. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of some of the dust. Do a screenshot photo. Need to change that time. Time was fixed because of the need to. That wasn't even tight. Maybe I already opened it up once. It's possible. I don't remember. I've had it sitting here for ages. There's a screw got. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. What the hell was I saying before I dropped the screw? I don't remember what I was saying. Never mind. It's gone. Yeah, I put this up a while ago, and I've been sitting here for probably 6 months, maybe. It was about the right price, so it was worth a shot. I haven't been in this yet. This doesn't look familiar at all. Okay. So let's pull the top cover off. Let's have a little look inside. There's a bit of dust floating around in there. Quite thick dust. Quite thick dust in there. This is definitely old. Got some bulbs in here, which obviously go through to these indicators here. So it's like light pipes go to the front. Old technology. Brilliant. Love it. Got some adjustments in here, transformer, so it's obviously linear supply these days. This lot's got some test points. This is probably power supply. It's got some test points in there, and it's got a loom running up to the front up there, and this little distribution point here which goes to these bulbs. Wow. So it's all basically contained inside this little box here, apart from obviously the power supply stuff, I think. Then we got some cal points here. Someone's written on these. R212, R213, R214. Making it a bit easier to work on. I think I've got a manual for this. Maybe. But it's very dusty. Should I give the dust a clean off first before I do anything, or should I power it first? Well, the grabbing still picture thing, I do that sometimes because it's a much higher resolution. Right, so the stills this camera takes are massive compared to what I get from a video grab. So this is only 1080p in video, right? But if I take a picture, it's much higher resolution. I'll get much more sharpness out of it, and I can actually have to shrink it down to make it fit onto the screen. So I get much more flexibility about tweaking the image and working on it. It just comes out a lot nicer if I do it that way. If I do a screen grab, the quality doesn't look as good. Real light pipes, yeah. Right. I mean, sometimes I do take still pictures off the stills off the video because I've forgotten to grab a nice still shot with the camera, or I found that there's bits in the video which would make a better thumbnail picture. So in that case I will do it for those, but I prefer to take a actual photo. At least I have one starting photo, and if I get a better shot during the video, maybe I'll grab that screenshot of that and then use that instead, if I can get the quality nice enough. It usually depends, but sometimes I can actually shrink them down a little bit and make the resolution slightly better effectively by scaling them down. And you know, because sometimes I've got the borders and stuff around the top and stuff like that, so I can have like a black L shape like down the side and across the top. then I can make that picture smaller, which gives it a high resolution, makes it look better on screen. So, yeah, I mean, it depends on what I'm doing, really. Manual next divs. Okay. I've probably already got it. I mean, I think I've downloaded a manual, but I might have a physical manual. Let me check. Physical manual. For bits of gear which I'm likely to keep, I will get a physical manual. Do not remove from the service department. Use a water jet to be clean. Yeah, it'd be great. It'll be nice and shiny. And then it'll rust a little bit. Look at that. That's what a new one should look like. Doesn't look like that quite right now, does it? There you go. And that's what's inside the box. So we don't have to take it apart. Wow. Ain't much to it, is there? Was it a 262? Because here it's actually showing us 261 picoamp source. I think I had a nanoamp source, wasn't it? 262 must be nanoamp source. Yeah, I think that's what I had. It'll be in my video history anyway, stuff for Keithley or something. It'll be there. Parts lists. Circuit diagram. Here we go, that's what we can look at. So you always switch clean in my future. Yeah. Maybe I do have to open it up. So I managed to pick up a physical manual for this thing, which is always nice. I generally do try and pick up a physical manual for bits of gear which I'm going to be keeping. So I'm never going to, no plans of selling or fixing and selling on. For some I'm going to keep, then I'll get a physical manual for it if I can. And this is the circuit diagram for this thing. It's basically resistors, power supply, like a current source, or voltage source, obviously main supply with probably a very good output quality, I'm guessing, with resistors to try and scale it all. Very nice, but beautiful manual. I do miss having this kind of quality in the manuals when you don't get this sort of thing on new gear. You just don't get it. It'd be nice if you did get manuals on new gear like this. You could get in there and fix it in 5 or 10 years time, or potentially fix it if your main processor's failed. No processor in this thing. Yeah, not much to go wrong with it, which is great. Question is, how do I get this apart to clean it? So we've got some studs here, so I don't think that'll just lift off because it's going to be fully shielded, I'm sure. Let's take this apart. And that's what the bottom of this thing looks like. Just a couple of little wedge things which lock the bottom cover on. It's easy to get those off. Main AC supply, all exposed, so watch out for that. Might put some stuff over there so I don't accidentally touch it while moving it around if I've got the covers off it. But yeah, power supply and adjustments. Not much to it there, is there? And I'm trying to sort of figure out how to get this panel apart here, because I might need to clean switches inside here. It's possible I need to do that. The manual probably explains how to get it apart. I haven't read that much. But the underside looks so nice and clean, so the top side will obviously the slots in the back to let all the dust in. So I think I might have to. How the hell would I work on that? I'm wondering how to get that apart. Because it's mounted on the front panel. I don't know. That could be a mystery. Getting into that box could be tricky. It could be easy. Most things are usually made, or this era, they're made to be worked on and repaired. I'm going to give this a quick dust out. It's a bit grotty in there. Lucky to get a block diagram, yeah. And even then, they have missing half the information would be missing off it. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is maybe I have to take the knobs all apart, take all the knobs off, remove the front panel. That'd leave the box in place, and then you take these bolts out and then kind of pop it out or something. Or maybe I'll just take those off and it will just lift off. It could be that simple. It's possible. There's nothing on the bottom to secure it. It's got this panel here, which is interesting. We can glue it on. I wonder what that's about. Right, I'm going to give this a quick dust out. Oh, I did my brush to put it away again. I did put it away. Let's just take it away from my desk and do this. This one's so grotty, I think I will do it outside. Be right back. Right, marginally better. Not a lot better. So that's what it looks like now. Just slightly better. You actually read some part numbers now. Okay, we should definitely power this thing up. Don't turn it on and read the manual. No, I don't want to read the manual for. I want to turn it on. Okay. Before I turn it on and plug it in, I'm going to put some kind of insulation, something at least, over this, just to reduce the chance of me zapping myself from accidentally touching it. Obviously, if I was pulling wiring off or something, I'd do it differently, but and on the back of the switch, it's a bit messy. I did use heat shrink all this, but yeah, this one's really lumpy, this bloody sealant. Much thicker ones in the past. This one's really runny. Don't like it. Tends to be things like drip off onto the power supply board like this. Don't want it dripping off everywhere. Right. What I think I'll do is put this bottom cover back on again. Just to protect myself. What number do you call? Ghostbusters. Is that? No, that's not right. Ian can get on my wife. He knows how to get on my wife. He's got my wife's number. Okay, I can plug this into my hoppy meter because it has a universal socket on it. Straight in. I'll have to change that plug at some point. I have already changed the voltage. AC off. The switch works. What does that one do? Polarity. Should I read the manual? Hell no. Range and polarity. I don't know. Let's just go to the left. Isolation transformer. Chicken. I do have one. It's underneath my desk. It's not wired into anything. I did actually get one. But yeah, I haven't actually got around to doing anything with it. I really should do. Yeah, there's nothing on there really. Okay. Right. Let's get a better shot for this camera. And I also need to kind of hook up to this too. Common, nanovolts, microvolts, millivolts. Okay, so if I want to do millivolts, I'd have to hook up to this one, which is obviously based on using SPAY terminals. Or I could just clip onto it. Actually, I was actually amazed these are still here, they haven't been lost. That's brilliant. So actually I will take all these off. I'm going to risk losing them, and I'll use clip leads to clip onto them. Even though it's not the right thing, and whether I can actually read these levels with clip leads and metal noise I've got in this room, I don't know. Out of range for those that read the manual. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say I don't read the manual? I don't read the manuals, no. Well, not until I need to. I shall try this on the Fluke 289 because it's got more resolution. And clip leads which I can hook onto there, which are massively long. They're all massively long, so I'm going to get noise. Anyway, need to get some slightly shorter ones, I think. That's not all, I've got two red ones. And red one and a black one. What I'm going to do is going to twist these wires together just to try and reduce noise ingestion. It'll help a little bit. Won't be a lot, but it would be a little bit. Okay. We go for millivolts first. You've got a nice reflection. Look at that perfect reflection right in the middle of the screen. Alright. Try and get it close together. Transformers back to back, you do get losses, you do get a little bit of loss, but you also get heat generation because going stepping up, it's to make more currents. Can be a bit of a problem. Right, that's all your millivolt range, AC, but we don't want AC, we want DC. Millivolts DC. Get some of the dust off. There's always dust in this room, even though I vacuum it, it's still dust. Okay. Yeah, okay, backlight. Try to give me as big as I can. So what's going to happen? Any bets? There's no reefer caps I could see, so that's always a good thing. Right, let's try it. So let's power this thing up for the first time. Yeah, are we ready for this? It's in the off condition. There's no power being drawn. That's a good start. This is a double knob. I don't know what the other one does yet. We'll find out. It says range and polarity here. So I'm guessing the other one's polarity and this one is the ranges. I guess we'll find out. How do I zero this thing? I've forgotten how to zero this. I've actually forgotten how to zero this meter. Oh, it's going to be offset. Right. Positive. So don't forget we've got this 25 millivolts or so sitting there for noise. Positive. The bulb's lit up. The light tube is working. We're set to 0. So this means in a nanowatt range, switch it to that one, that's come on, switch it to that one, that's that one there, come on. So this will do hundreds of millivolts. We're seeing some voltage here now. Okay, well nothing's gone bang yet, that's always a good start. Okay. Well, let's start with the highest range. Seeing 0.1 millivolts, let's go 100 millivolts. Getting 99. Excellent. It looks like it's working. 199, 299, 398, 498. Overload. Oh. There you go. 597, 697. Even goes to 10. Look at that, 10. But we do have a bit of an offset here. Now maybe it needs some more uptime, that sort of stuff. Maybe it needs calibrating. I should check this with a different meter. This is obviously barely good enough for this, really. For what we're doing here. Let's do tens of millivolts. There you go, 10, 20, 30-ish. Well, 30 jumping around a bit. That's a dirty switch. 40, 50, and a dirty switch. Yeah. 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. Those aren't looking too bad. Did a zeroing. Yeah, that's looking pretty zero there. 1 is not really 1, it's doing 2 and a bit. 2 is doing 2 and a bit. 3 is doing 6. Now it's doing 3. Dirty switches. These need cleaning. 5, there we go, 5. Let's go to how many volts now. Let's go down there. Yeah, 6. 7 is doing 9. Oh. You wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah, as Dave says. 7, yeah, okay. So, yeah, switches definitely need cleaning. I could have probably just worked them a bit like that. So, 5 was giving us trouble before, wasn't it? 5 is now bang on. 6, a bit out. Yeah, let's see that. It definitely needs cleaning. It's getting better. It's getting better and better each time. So yeah, bit of cleaning will fix that. Yeah, so it's definitely dirty switches. So 100 millivolts is working fine. Let's go to microvolts. Just do 10. You already know the switches in this one is working okay. So that's right. Let's go nanovolts. Nanovolts. Don't see anything on nanovolts. Well, yeah, need more. Definitely need more for this. 1000 nanovolts should be 1 millivolt. Can we see 1 millivolt changing? Sorry, microvolt. 1 microvolt changing. We can't. We just can't see the resolution on this meter. So I need to get the Siglent running, or potentially even more than that. Disappointed it doesn't go to 11. Yeah. Pretty accurate for something that age, yeah. Well, yeah. Hey, David Watts is here. Hello, David. How's your house renovation going? How old is this thing? It probably has a date stamp on it. It's got 6652 on the transformer, so it could be 1966. It'd be a bit right, I think. The manual may or may not have a date in it. Circuit diagram. 1965 circuit diagram date. So yeah. Yeah. So let's plug these into my Siglent, just 6.5 digit. Worst case, we have to move over to the other side of the room and look at my Adventis instead. Let's take the current shunt off. I was doing some of the current shunt the other day. So output off. Let's change camera views. Is it going to mess up the HDMI? It might. So the output is currently off, right? Or 0. Got it set to 10 or 1000 nanovolts. Let's relative that. Turn the output on. It's there. It's in the noise, but it's there. Okay, put it back to 0 again. Go negative. Yeah, it's there too. So obviously we're dealing with resolution of this multimeter as well. You know, this is down a bit in resolution. You know, right that range. You're not expecting much accuracy in the last digit. Back to output off. Let's re-relative that. The negative. Yeah, it's there. I need a better multimeter. I need more digits. More digits. Hold on. I've got just a thing for that. Right. Okay, so I need a better multimeter for this measurement. So we go 7.5 digits or 8.5 digits? I reckon we should go 8.5 digits, but it means moving across the other side of the room. It could be a problem too, actually, because of the power plug. Yeah, it's going to be too tricky to do it. I should do a demonstration of this actually. So zeroed. So I've set up onto my Siglent STM3065X, as you can see here, and we can see quite low levels on this. I've done a relative mode, so it's zeroed basically. You can see some fluctuation there, a bit of noise coming in, and as you would expect. So you're talking about the smallest digit this thing can measure. So let's go positive. You see it's floating around a bit there, so expect to see some floating. Go positive, and there we go. It is indeed doing 1000 nanovolts. It does it. So go 0 again, so it's output off. Should be zeroed around abouts. Go negative, and there's minus 1000 nanovolts. So the output's definitely working. That's a good thing. I just need more digits. Like my shirt says, more digits is better. I need a Keysight nanovolt meter. Yeah, I don't have one of those. I was thinking I had to check. Then I was thinking, did I have one of those? Because I was looking at buying one some time ago. I was looking at them, and I didn't in the end. I wish I had. I may should go back and look at those again. Get a nanovolt meter. Okay. So it works. That's the good thing. Change ranges, drops down, and it's below measurable level still. I can't measure that on this meter. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need better cabling for this level. Absolutely need better cabling. I mean, obviously, I'm using clip leads. This is not good cabling for even bloody microvolts, even millivolts, even really sometimes. A shielded cable with banana leads at the end. Well, banana leads, banana leads one end and ring terminals the other end to put it on properly. That's what it really needs. I don't think I made one of those. Did I make one of these? Hold on a minute. Untangle some wires. I'll do this cable that I made. I suppose I could use this. Should we try it out? I should also be going through the little panel in the front, shouldn't I? For doing this, really. And I've got two cables here. It's probably a bit overkill, but I'm going to do it anyway. Should really be going through the slot in front. Don't have the guard. Let's piggyback these. Plug that into the Siglent and see what we get. See if it gets better noise. I'll put this off. Right, let's change the camera around again. Is it worse or better? Plug it in there. Does that make it better? Worse? Well, relative to that. Let's try this again. I'm not going to bother recording it. Still 100. Yeah, we're still getting some noise in there, eh? I do need a better ground. I mean, this is obviously a guard lead, which isn't currently connected. If I touch that on the common of this, so then it's got guarding. Not really doing anything. So this is a cable I made up, so I don't actually know how good it even is, really, to be honest. It is a twisted pair shielded with a guard. So, yeah, dual twisted pair. But it's just too noisy for this area with all the LED lights and everything on as well. I mean, turn those off. That might make a difference in itself. Probably going to get grainy. So now put it on. Yeah. There's still a lot of noise there, eh? It's just not got the levels required there. And this meter itself's probably got its own internal noise, which is going to be adding to this. So I need to put this on a better multimeter to do this test, I think. Okay, Dave, so thanks for dropping by. Catch you later. Well, it's twisted pair in it, but it helps in noise. But the main thing is it's Teflon as well. It's Teflon cable, so it is better than the standard cables. Well, it's supposed to be better than standard cables. It's Teflon insulated, twisted pair with a guard, but obviously at the moment the guard is not connected because it's floating in with it. So. Anyway, it works. That's the main thing. Yeah. There's nothing to fix. Yeah, I think I need to put this on the other multimeter, the other side of the room. But the problem is the power cable. Oh, I might be able to do this one. Just can't turn the other multimeter on. I can probably do it. Event test. Don't blow the fuse again. Obviously, it's not going to be warmed up. It's anything. How the capacitors? The capacitors are going to be fine. There'll be nothing wrong with the capacitors. I think these are paper capacitors based on the footprint and the design of them. Look at that, 500 microfarad, 25 volt. So is that one, and so is that one. So it's got 3 of them in there, all the same value, 500 microfarad, 25 volt. So I'm going to relocate this to the other side of the room onto a better multimeter, and we'll see what we get. Yeah, I'm using a depth adapter, but it should be fine. To move the camera around now as well. Right, move the camera. Untangled, of course. So I moved over across the other side of the room using some Teflon cables I made up some time ago, and we're in DC volts. This is not a great screen on this thing, it doesn't show up very well. It's a bit aged, so I've only just turned this on a few minutes ago, so it's still got stabilisation to go. So we need to do some things. I need to configure this thing for a start. I just need to remember how to use it. Digits, number of digits, we want more digits. 8.5 digits, already set to 8.5 digits, okay, that's fine. Integration time, 10 power line cycles, let's do 50. Okay. What's it doing? Is it thinking? There we go. So it's going to take a while to get a sample out of it. It might be too long actually. I think I might go down to 20. I'll do 20. So I need to null this. You see the value's gradually coming down as well. Do one more update, see, because as this thing's warming up. So let's null that. Then we'll turn this thing on and see what we get. So this is doing 1000 nanovolts again. And there we go. It is there. At least we've got an extra digit or two. But as this is still warming up, we're going to be getting some drift. That's not bad though, is it? Let's turn the output off again. Give it another update. Yeah, not again. That's another off. Turn it back on. That's 3 out. 2 out. Okay. Let's go positive again. $94. It's not bad. Starts and stabilise in time or two. 95. There we go. So, not bad. Let's go 0 again. There we go, got -8 there. So at 95 we were getting before was only very slightly high actually, because it's obviously the nulling's picking up noise as well for me moving around probably. Let's go negative. So I think we should be down at 105 with negative, if it's accurate. $106, look at that. That's not bad. My environment here isn't perfect. I do have a lot of radio noise. I've got Wi-Fi in here and that sort of stuff, and LED lights, and obviously the electronics from the camera itself and the computers, and so there is a lot of ambient noise in this area. So I try and do these significant digit measurements. Pretty tricky. Now I do have the 7061 underneath it. Have the Solitron there. But I don't have any test leads for this. I've only got banana leaf for the Solitron. So I'd have to adapt it and maybe it'll work, I don't know. Could use that potentially. Chit chat. Missing a bit of chat here. Yeah, Teflon is because it's got lower leakage. Because even PVC or silicon cables, the leakage in the actual insulation is enough to show up. Well, voltage, it's not really necessary. But voltage, you're looking at minimising the drop, so you're doing things like making sure the input impedance of the device you're using to measure with isn't affecting it too much, because I think this is giga ohm in this range. I think it's either 100 mega ohm or giga ohm input impedance on this range, so it's a very low level there. So it's not putting much loading on it. I think I've got this right. And having both cables connected together is effectively doubling the cross-sectional area of the cable, which halves the voltage drop going through the cable with that input impedance of the meter. So, yeah. Basically, larger cross section will be the better for voltage. Yeah, so this thing works well. I mean, I'm actually at the limits of what I can measure here with this thing. I find the Datron actually, because I've got a 7.5 digit Datron, and I think that's actually got lower resolution at the bottom end. Thinking about it. This beastie here. I'm pretty sure I can measure lower voltages with this thing. I don't know, I've got 4. Oh, maybe not. No, maybe not. I'm thinking of this wrong. Maybe it's a Solitron. One of these I can actually measure lower because of the configuration. So you won't do the Datron then. Let me try the Solitron. I'm not sure about the bloody test leads though. Another thing with the Solitron is the power switch is on the back. And test leads is a problem too. I've only got one cable for a Solitron because these bloody plugs are hard to find. So what I'm going to do with these is I'm going to piggyback it, which is a really bad thing to do on these low levels. I can't get that in there. Ready? Where's that plug in? That's not very good. No, I'll take it the other way. Let's take this off. Let's do it around this way instead then. It's not great. This is a bit of a poor measurement technique, I suppose. So, come on. Output off. Output on. Nah, I'm remembering this wrong. It shows up just like the bloody Siglent does, really. Because it doesn't actually have a millivolt range. But it's there. That wasn't what I was looking for. Zero it again. Turn it off again. And negative, we go down to 0. Yeah. So that's not what we want. That's not suitable for this particular task either. So the Adventist was the best one to use. I need a nanovolt meter. Damn it. I need to buy some more test gear. I have to buy the 3458A off eBay. I ain't got the money. I can't afford it. Not by a long shot. And you've all seen my Datron calibrator, haven't you? You must have seen my Datron calibrator. I've done videos about it. I don't leave it powered up all the time. I only power it up occasionally when I need it. I'll plan ahead and turn it on, you know, an hour or so before I need it at least. Anyway, turn that off. Turn this off. It works. I'm pleased about that. I should probably look at things like power supply ripple and see if those make sense. That'd probably be a good thing to do. But yeah, it actually works. That's nice. Hope it didn't fall off your chairs then. I'm spinning around like that. Fluke differential voltmeter. And to repair small test gear. Yes, I do, David. I definitely do. Let's take these back off again. Put these back on before I lose them. Hate to have a piece of test gear this old and I'm the one that loses the bits of it. Oh look, there you go, Chris. Good point, Chris. Good thinking. Said the same thing at the same time. Keysight 34578. $14,311 US. Is that new? Is that what they are new? Oh, glad you enjoyed it, David. I did a live stream last night as well. I did an impromptu one. This one was a bit half unplanned. Now, I'm going to look at this and see if I can measure voltage and ripple on this power supply. Now, I'm sure I can find it in the manual here somewhere. It might even say about testing power supply. Let's have a look. Verifications, power supply adjustment, there we go. All went up for 2 hours. Well, I didn't do that, did I? Let's plug it back in. And turn the output back on. It mentions using a differential voltmeter to do the calibration on this thing. Yeah. Yeah. Voltage calibration. I mean, it's really just power supply I want to check. I don't want to mess with anything else. Checking the output values, checking the power supply. Right. Back in the section. Doesn't mention ripple check. I'm sure it says it in here somewhere. I'm sure it'll be in here. So it should be approximately 17 volts DC. Okay, well maybe I'll get more information off of the circuit diagram than anything else. Power supply outputs. Yeah, it's just got two outputs there. So it does have what looks like two test points here, there and there. So I'm guessing those are what I need to plug the multimeter into to see what's coming out. Let's have a look at this. Pay the flight's accommodation. I'll take my 3458A as hand luggage. I don't know, can you fit it? I don't know, would that be too big to carry? You said you want to put it on the hole, would you? Get thrown around, or you would end up with it wrecked. I don't know if it'd be too big to carry his hand baggage, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's just move this out of the way. I don't think these probes are going to fit in because they're tapered probes. No. Not the right probes for that. I want plain probes. Plain probes. Here you are. You're going to be somewhere, look in the wrong place. Look, this is falling apart now. Too many things shoved into one place. Right. Plain probes. These I think will plug in. Yeah. That's better. So, let's hook up the meter here to the test points on the power supply. The unit is powered up. We get 12.1 volts. Let's look for ripple, shall we? Just in case there's a capacitor problem. Now, it's just take a while to settle down, AC. .1 millivolts AC. 1 millivolt. That could also be induced noise. Unplug the cable. So no cables connected to it. What does it set down to? Just the induced noise is high level that I'm getting from having the cables plugged in. Magic. Yeah. I think it's fine. It is, but it also has a 10 ohm resistor across there. 10 ohm, 10 kilo ohm. Where's my short? It's on the other side of the room. I just installed a short. Let's see what we get with the short across the input. It's gradually sitting down. Yeah, 0.4 millivolts, and that will still be induced noise, I'm sure. No, maybe not. Still alright. So we're getting less than 1 millivolt of noise on the power supply. Now, as this is a precision instrument, does that matter? I need to find reference in the manual. Hopefully there's a reference in the manual somewhere saying what the ripple must not be more than. There's usually some specification, but it must be in there somewhere. It must be. I'll have to try and find it. I briefly saw a mention then of cadmium solder. It wouldn't surprise me. Mind you, I need to clean the switches yet. That's still going to be a pain. Yeah. Oh, there you go. That requires reading the freaking manual. Yes, it does indeed require reading the manual. It will be in there somewhere. I just need to find it. And I'm sure you guys don't watch a live stream of me reading a manual, do you? I'm sure it won't be particularly exciting. Anyway, it works. I'm happy with that. Ripple's not excessive, so it's not like it's got tens of millivolts or hundreds of millivolts of ripple. So these capacitors in here are probably still doing absolutely fine. I mean, even that ripple level, if I try to look at that with my scope, I wouldn't be able to see it. I highly doubt it anyway. Yeah, it works. So let's just look at... We've got to clean these switches still yet though. Can I find a disassembly section in here? Yeah. Not that I could see. Are there any clues on this? Not really. There's a rack mounting diagram. Yeah, there's no disassembly diagram. So how do we get this thing apart? I think this back cover will come off. I'm hoping I'll just take this back cover off, but I'm doing these nuts on here, and maybe it will just lift off and slide out and I'll get to the switches. We'll try that, shall we? And nut drivers. Do I have one that will fit? It's probably close enough to be right, actually. No, that's slipping. Not that one. What size is that? That is 9mm. 8mm. 8mm. Perfect. That feels like it's never ever been undone. That is floating around. That, no, the bolt on the inside is going to drop out. That is not the right way to do this. I'm going to do it back up again. Shall we remove the front panel and see what happens? There's a hex drive. Hexagonal drive. A little bit loose. What's that one? 3mm. So it's probably imperial as well. What have we got in here? I don't think I've got the right ones for this. No. So that's a 3, the other one was a 3.2. So it's close, but let's see if we can use this without rounding it. Let's just do it gently. No, that's not looking good. Shall we try a Torx? Sometimes the Torx will actually work. Not that one. Too loose. That's definitely not going to go. Okay. I don't have a suitable bit for this, I don't think. Oh, there we go. That one fits beautifully. That's perfect fit. 1/8. It's actually marked as 1/8. Beautiful. Here we go. We got the right part. I fix it to the rescue once again. Little washers on those, mustn't lose them. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'll remove this. The whole assembly moving, which is not helpful. The thing is, the picture in the manual, which shows the rear panel of this, shows the screws from the rear panel. Right, so the front panel is there intact. How do we get this bloody thing apart? Taking the knobs off may be a requirement, but the fact that that picture shows it all was one piece with the knobs, well, with the front panel together, means it's probably not necessary. How does this back piece come off? I don't want to take this out and have these bolts fall off inside and get stuck, so yeah, let's just put this back on again. I don't want it floating around necessarily. Yeah, simply the back of the front panel we can see on that picture. Shall I see if this will just pull off Maybe it'll just pull off. It's possible. Maybe it's a push fit. Let's gently lever it just a little bit. There is movement. There actually is movement. I was wishing there's a disassembly instruction in the manual. That would have been much easier. No, it feels like it's attached. Ah, hold on, I'm missing something here. Yeah. There's a screw right there. I bet if I undo that screw, that will slide off. How obvious is that? Now, can I get to it? Yeah, I should be able to. Yep, I get to that with this little screwdriver. That is a massively long screw. Yep, that's sliding now. Yep, that's how you do it. Should do some video on this. And stop this thing sliding over the desk, it'd be great. Okay. I'll reattach these. These didn't need to come off after all. Well, am I getting premature with this, putting these back in again? I may still need to move it. No, I do still need to move it. I'll take them back out. Getting carried away. Give me this cable. Am I focused-ish? Right. So I'm trying to figure out how to get this apart so I can clean these switches. It was actually fairly straightforward once I figured it out, I think. So I'll take these 4 screws out the front panel here, which means the whole front can move around. And on the back here, there's one screw holds this back shield on, right in the middle. Which was just there. I've undone that. Here's the screw, it's got a long one. Without having to slide the shield back. So that will give me access. I'm not going to touch the switches with my hands. And then I can slide this out. It looks like. And hopefully separate the two without too much disruption. Come on. Just comes out. Come on. It's hooking up a little bit. There we go. Look at that goodness in there. A whole bunch of resistory goodness. 0.1% resistors. Yeah, these are 1%. These are 0.1%. 0.1%. Yeah, lovely. What are these ones? These say 1%. Still. So these switches need cleaning. So because this is a precision, leaving deoxit in there may not be a good thing. It may cause leakage. So I'm inclined just to use alcohol and let that evaporate off. Calibration sticker date is 1967. 2nd of, well, it could be 2nd of July or the 7th of February, depending on how you interpret it. But it says 1967. So this is 56, 57 years old. Not bad. Especially considering how accurate it still is. Now, sure, it'd be more electronics in that thing. No, that's it. That is it. Decent power supply and some dividers. Incredible, isn't it? Some clever guys made these things. I mean, it has some adjustments in the back here for the calibration points for each range. So, yeah, I mean, obviously that's doing a fine tuning of each one, but it relies on precision resistors and a decent power supply. There must be something inside here, but I'm not touching that. Yeah, there must be something more goodness inside there, but I'm not pulling that apart. So, decision is, do I do deoxit or do I do IPA to clean these switches? Because if I leave residue behind, it could cause problems. Opinions, anyone? Do you think deoxit would be safe enough? Or do I do deoxit and then IPA? Volatile contact cleaner, yeah. Because deoxit leaves a residue behind, right? So it gives protection as well, longer term protection. Oh, he's still talking about these. Yeah, these are light pipes. And that's what those... Yeah, that's what these are holding, these nuts. That is attached to a bracket which holds a light pipe. Yes, that was a good choice not to undo that in the end. Yeah, so that holds a light pipe which goes through to the back. So it's a plastic tube, goes to the bulb. So the bulbs shine through the tubes, which then come up to the little plastics on the front panel here to show those decimal points on there as well. Pinpoint deoxit, you reckon? You found IPA to be really effective? Well, it can be. WD-40. Yeah. Just a small amount of deoxit, just a little bit on there, and then try and spread it maybe. Because I don't want to get the deoxit in between the contacts or onto these phenolic. They're phenolic, aren't they? The wafers, because then it could cause leakage between each position. So, yeah, I'm definitely inclined to just try and minimise contact. So it's only on the contacts themselves and not on the phenolic bloody wafers. Yeah, because I would probably just like put some on that on the slip ring there, and on that armature, well, the armature, the activator there, and each one, and just do each side. That's probably the safest way of doing it. So let's get. I'm not going to use the pick type. I'm going to use the standard type cotton bud because it'll hold more in it. Because I don't need to do rubbing. I just need to get the cleaner on there. And I'll use the gold one. Right. Should record some more video about this too, shouldn't I? You feel like you're sinking. You ever feel like you get that sinking feeling? Right. Yeah, it's kind of in focus. Ultrasonic cleaner. Yeah, we'll just dunk it in the ultrasonic, it'll be fine. Alright, so I've got to clean these switches now. So I'm going to put some deoxit gold on a cotton bud and just precisely put it onto these rings, on the slip rings and the contacts on that slip ring. On all of them, because there's 4 of them each switch. Well, this one's got 4, this one's got 6, I think. Was it as the frame? That's just the frame. So, yeah, 4 on each switch. Actually, these haven't got that. They've only got the front ones. So, that's even easier. So, there's 2 on those switches. So, there's 2 on that one, 2 on this one, 4 on this one. And obviously, you've got those ones down there too, which need doing. Which I'm not worried about so much because that's power switch and polarity, so it's probably not so critical. But the precision application of this on those rings, and then we'll work it a little bit, and that should be all it really needs. Just got to be careful not to get it on the phenolic wafers because it could leak or create electrical leakage on the wafers themselves. So I'm trying to be careful about not having too much going on there. Right, let's try and get onto that contact just there. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how successful I am with that. These are gold plate, so I'm using the gold one on it. That might be done, might not. I'll do the next one. Well, I'll finish one off and I'll probably call it a day, I guess. There's definitely a bit of dirt on there. Old grease or whatever it is. Yeah. This back one's got quite a bit of dirt on it actually. Yeah. You reckon I should flush my bike out as well? Yeah, I definitely do like the sound of these too. Like you're saying, it's got a nice sound to them, and it's actually just a sprung wafer, like a brass wafer with a pressed indentation on there. It's very nice. I actually think there's a ring on the back of those switches. I can't see one. I think it's only on the front. Yeah, there's only switches on the front of that one. I'm wasting all this deoxit I'm actually using. Hey, for the house. Okay, it's looking okay there. Just not convinced about this one though. Seems to be a lot of dirt on this one in particular. Yeah, still getting dirt off it. It could be like original grease, you know, a bit of diluted grease or something on there. Possible. Deoxit says non-conductive. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's a thin film of deoxit put on there now. So we should put it back together, I think, and try it out and see if it's actually behaving now. You could see it on the meters on the bench here, so we'll just do that again. See if it's any different. I mean, do I have to put it back together? Maybe. I can probably do it like this actually. Could probably do it carefully like this. Oh yes, the other switch. Yes, I haven't done that switch. Good point. Don't fall. I'm waiting for this camera to turn off. It's bound to be turning off in a minute. Oh yeah, lots of dirt in this one. Okay, that'll probably do it, I reckon. Let's try it. I keep knocking the bloody camera. Right, slip around like this. Now, could we see that glitching on this multimeter? I think we could, couldn't we? I think we could. Yes. So we'll use this one. Get on here. Oh, just goes. Oh, that one doesn't. Oh, it does. Here we go. Just goes on. Right. So we want. Ranges. Oh, I don't want that one. I want it on this one. Oh, could be off. Well, on this one. Just want to show it up. Yeah. Well, there we go. Okay, is that focused? Yeah. We shall plug this back in. Hopefully it's not worse. Right, I've just cleaned the switches with cotton buds and I've got on the millivolts range here. We're going to power it up in a second. Put the switch to off position. AC off. And maximum range. We want to try and see all this on this multimeter here. Okay. Wish I went better to null this thing. I'm sure it's got nulling on it. No. Sure it has. I just don't know how to do it. It must be on there somewhere. Set up. No. No. Menu. No, nothing on there. I don't know. Yeah. I thought we did it. Anyway, let's try and get the reflections off. Okay. Relative mode, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't see a devil symbol. It must be there somewhere. Right. Let's turn the power onto it. So millivolt range, that's fine. We'll turn the power on. The current is set to some nonsensical value. 0 there. 0 there. So that should be 0 output. We're getting 70 microvolts. So it should be 170 or 99.7. So there's a bit of a zeroing thing there, I think. Or was it negative? Is that negative? No? Okay. But main thing I'm looking for here is whether or not, let's go to this one, it's pretty easier, there's any glitching switches now. That one looks fine. This one of switches was playing up, I think, before. The 50 was playing up, that's looking good. 60, 70, 80 was playing up. Yeah, this is looking good now. 10, yeah. Yeah, that's fine now. That's done the job, I think. Yep, clean our switches has done the job. That's looking good. Let's do polarity in case that matters as well. Just check the polarity switch. That's fine. Ranges. Just checking for that playing up. Let's go to 10 on here so we can see it more. So that is basically 1 volt, okay? 1 millivolts, 10 millivolts. And those are all looking like they're fine too. So, and then it's negative and the positive, the same thing, just in case it matters. Yeah. Perfect. That's working fine. Switch cleaning seems to have been successful. I'll call that a fix. Where the hell is this relative function? It must be there somewhere. Ah, there it is. REL. Oh, for God's sake. Relative. Menu, relative. Select. Right, close. Really? It's got recording? No. Millivolts? That didn't change anything. That's not actually doing relative measurement. I don't know. Do you think I should read the manual on this one? Oh, did I do that wrong? Maybe. Oh, there we go. Relative from that one. There we go. Using it wrong. So there's relative measurement. You can do it. I knew I could do it. Just didn't know how. It's all in here. It's got so many features in this thing. Just does so bloody much. Anyway, it does it. Great. And I did that wrong again. Millivolts. You have to actually select it, even though I was on the menu. It's yeah. Okay, that's good. That's working. I'm happy with that. I'm going to put this thing back together again now. Now clean the switches and stuff up. It's looking like it's right. Now can I put it back together at breaking something? What do you reckon? Something like that, just to be short. I've still got to do the power cable though. That's the one thing I'll still have to sort out, isn't it? Okay, let's get this bolted back on. Well, that was a relatively easy bloody repair, wasn't it? The other key flea I did before, that was fine as well. I didn't have to do much with that one. It says something about the build quality, doesn't it? The simplicity of the design, I think, is what it comes down to. Because it's such a simple design, there isn't really much to go wrong with them. I think that's probably what it comes down to. They're just so simple. Right, let's get that side lined up nicely if we can. Make sure these are tight so they don't fall out. Leave it on set and 0. I don't like this bulb holder's been a bit loose as they are. It actually just slips a little bit. Maybe that's part of the problem. Because these are just pushing on and off. They slip on and off these posts. Anyway, slide this bag on. There you go. Yeah, I can't really show you what I'm doing because then I won't be able to see what I'm doing. I don't know why this screw is so bloody long. It doesn't need to be that long. It's ridiculous. Ironically, you do it digitally with a DAC. Yes, you do. PDVST Mini. Yeah. And this is just such a simple design. Maybe this is what you need to copy, is this. And use some like 4066 switches or something. Digital switches to switch between the ranges. Wife is home.
Do you remember when I said, what have I forgotten to pack with me?
I'm live streaming right now.
Turns out that thing was shoes.
Oh, right.
So I've come back footloose.
Right. Okay, that's that. I'm not going to do any calibration changes. Let's repair it now and I'll put it back together. Make sure it's okay. Make sure this powers up. That's working. Knob, that one's working, that one's working. Great. Nice. I'm sure it's fine. Amazing. 57 years old and just took a little bit of maintenance. Absolutely incredible. Let's put the top cover back on it and bottom cover back on it. This is straight. Often these things end up being bent and they rock. No, it's not too bad. That seems really good actually. And this is the other reason for part of the problem with the dust. Slots in the back there as well. Obviously it needs it for the power supply to cool the power supply down, so it's not really something that can be avoided. It needs ventilation. Right, lovely. Now what I'm going to do with it, I don't know, chuck it in the other room, forget about it. Like the other bits of history I've got. That's what tends to happen. Come on, go in. Done. Well, that's it. It's back together again. It seems to work. The cleaner switches has done the job. It's all behaving nicely now. Calibration could be slightly out. I need to set up some better cables and stuff for this, and maybe buy some more test gear so I can actually do nanovolt measurements without too much trouble. Seems to always need to buy more test gear. There's a special thread on the EV blog forum for that. Test Equipment Anonymous. Yes, I'm a member. Check the other videos out down below. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Patreon support link over there to help me buy a nanovolt meter so I can calibrate this thing. Right. Right, yes. Just never ending, doesn't it? I need to buy a nanovolt meter now. To eBay. Yes, that's probably what I'm going to be going after I finish the stream, is to go to eBay and find something on eBay. That's likely to be what's going to happen. I can't afford a 3458A right now. Much as I'd like to have one, can't afford it. But I could probably buy a nanovolt meter. If there is one. Mind you. It turns out the price could be like, it could be thousands now. I haven't looked for a little while. So you're not quite sure how that's going to end up. It could be an expensive day today. I'll put everything away. Always put your tools away when you're finished. I never even read the manual. Well, not properly anyway. I'm going to have to read it properly when I do the calibration. That's fine, I suppose. You know your TE holder when you need more TE to tweak the TE you already own. Absolutely. I'm not a hoarder, I'm a collector. That's what I tell myself anyway. Oh dear. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to go to eBay now and find myself a millivolt meter, which I can fix. And I can use this to fix the millivolt meter, then find some way of measuring between the two and know which one's right. Yeah. It's never ending, isn't it? Never ending. Oh, I've never even got to have my lunch. It's too busy eating. Too busy talking. Could have been eating actually. Right, well, that's good. I've got some video made. So was it 2 videos? Finished off a third one. So I've got 3 videos made today. That's good. Yeah, happy with that. It's never enough. Yeah, there's never enough test gear. It's just, no matter what you do, you need one more piece of gear. Just one more piece, and that'll be the piece you need. They won't need any more else after that. Almost 1 AM there. Yeah, it's like 1 PM almost here. So my stomach's growling away. Time for lunch, and also for another coffee. So that's good. I'm glad I got some stuff done. That's great. I've had a successful stream this time. Last night was successful. Last week, not so much. You know, that was more of a confusing stream, I suppose. Did some stuff, but yeah. This week's been much better. This is how I like them to go. You actually complete something. Model 181, you reckon? Okay, eBay, here I go. Let's have a look. There's a 199, 197. That's not what I want. 236. I've already got one of those. Actually, can my 236 do it? It's an SMU. Can my 236 measure nanovolts? I'm wondering about that now. Let me look at a screenshot. I'll try and remember now. I've got something that can do it. Maybe I don't need to. Well, I could afford that, but it even comes with a cable. Needing the cable's important. Screenshot. I'm trying to see what this is. Volts. Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. I can't remember if this can actually do nanovolts or not on the SMU, the 236. Don't remember. Postage is also reasonable. It's got the cable. It's reasonable. Promising. No one's allowed to go and buy it before I buy it, okay? Let's be clear on this. Can someone tell me if the Keysight 236 can do nanovolts? I don't remember. Because I've got one. I did a video on it. Haven't used it. It's out of my other room. It's in storage. I think Mrs. Defpom more times. Yeah, well, she pops in from time to time. So this, if I buy this 181, that's going to cost me about $1,100. I should read the description and stuff probably first day before I dive in. Very good condition without problem, checked. So that looks promising. So its minimum range is 2 millivolts. So the 2 millivolts up to 1000 volts. Is that really what I want? It's got voltage input and a millivolt input. What's its actual resolution? Might have to do some more research before I click buy. Measuring, yeah, it's very expensive. Yeah, it's even for me buying stuff on eBay is way more than it used to be. Trying to, I could buy things for $100 or $200, be broken, and I could fix it, and it'd be worth, 3-4 times that once it's fixed. And now you're buying broken stuff for $2,000, and it's worth $2,500 once it's fixed. It's like ridiculous. It's just got stupid. Really has got stupid. Yeah. So I need to find the specs for this Keysight. 181 manual. There's one right there. Just look at the manual. I might buy it now, might not. Let's see what the manual says. Let's see. Range can go down to 10 nanovolts in 500 digit resolution. So that's probably the last significant digit is 10 nanovolts in. Is that enough? It's not enough. I need 1 nanovolt resolution. Because if I get this, I'll still need more. Tempting though. It's close. I mean, I could read that with the Adventist, couldn't I? The Adventist could read it. So, more research required. I'm not going to buy anything yet. I'll have to research it some more. Whilst watching, you made an electronic DC speaker fuse. Test audio equipment. Nice. Hey, I used to make my own stuff years ago too. You know, sometimes you can get exactly what you want by making your own thing. Depends on what you want, obviously, but sometimes making your own thing is the best way to go. Okay, I'm going to cut the stream off and maybe do some more research. No one is allowed to go and buy that meter in case I do buy it, okay? Be clear on this. If I find out you bought it, you're in trouble. Of course, if I don't buy it, then it's fine. I've got emails coming through. Hold on. It's fine. It's just Dave and Curious Mark and Ben Heck having a chat. It's fine. Yes, I'm on email conversations with them. Okay. Photos be on a U-blog. Yes, I'm sure there will be. Yeah, the postage is what kills it, definitely. Okay, I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to have another coffee and have some lunch. And then sit down and see about nanovolt meters and potentially buy that one. I have to do some research. If I can get 1 nanovolt resolution, I'll be much happier. So, okay, thanks for dropping by. That was a good stream. I enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed it. Give it a thumbs up before you leave. And I'll catch you some other time. There won't be a mailbag video tomorrow because I don't have mailbag. I've got no mail. So there's no mailbag video tomorrow. Or tonight. Depends how you want to see it.